Chapter 512. The ancient city was completely silent. Not even the cries of insects could be heard. This was especially true in the latter half of the night. There wasn't even a trace of wind. It was like a sealed stone room. Without any sound, large black clouds appeared. They were as black as ink and covered the sky. The stars and moon disappeared, and the earth sank into darkness. It was even more deathly silent. Late at night, the black clouds pressed down like a black walk. The oppressive atmosphere was oppressive, and it seemed like a great storm would descend at any moment. The black mist surged and spread in all directions. A few ghost-like figures stepped into the dark courtyard with mysterious footwork, without making a sound. Finally, someone couldn't help but want to take action. Yi Fan and the others stared at the ghost-like figures, but they didn't pay attention to them. Instead, they stared at the void. The experts of the ancient assassin dynasty had merged with the void, and were already closing in. Yi Fan saw through them with his divine eyes and told them. There was no killing intent, no anger, only the oppressive atmosphere of the dark clouds. Kacha! A bolt of lightning descended from the dark clouds in the sky, illuminating the entire ancient city and breaking the silence. The sound of swords shook the heavens. Killing intent suddenly gushed out. The ice-cold sword energy and bone-piercing killing intent immediately engulfed the entire ancient courtyard. Boom! At this moment, the killing intent was like the sea, sweeping out in all directions. Large numbers of buildings collapsed and turned into powder. Under the terrifying and formless killing intent, nothing could be preserved. Everything ceased to exist. Sword energy rushed into the heavens, and the sword radiance split the sky. The blazing radiance connected with the dark clouds in the sky. The ancient palace no longer existed. It had been crushed. Pfft! Bloody light burst forth. Yi Fan brandished the sacred yin-yang sword, and cut a ghost-like figure into two. Blood gushed out, and a large sanguineous flower blossomed. Bang! He swung his sword in the air, and with a bang, an assassin from the ancient divine dynasty, who had merged with the void, was smashed into meat paste. The heavy sword was like a hammer. He possessed extraordinary strength and killed this powerful assassin who thought that he had concealed himself well. On the other side, Wu Zhongtian and the others also took action. Sword radiance rushed into the heavens, and bloody light flickered. Resplendent sword energy crisscrossed and surged, producing the sound of wind and thunder. In this place, killing intent overflowed into the heavens, as if tens of thousands of active volcanoes were erupting at the same time. There were terrifying fluctuations everywhere, and even more people slaughtered their way over from the darkness. However, when Yi Fan and the others were fighting against the ghost-like powerhouses, they were all on guard against the Void Space Killer. That was the real fatal blow. Pooh! Yi Fan went on a killing spree, killing several powerful enemies in succession. Then the tip of his sword flicked once again, chopping off a bloody head in the air. The other party died with his eyes wide open. Pu Piu, Wu Zhongtian, Li Heishui, Jiang Huiran and the others attacked one after another. They pierced through the void almost at the same time, their long swords nailing a figure to the ground. Kill. The people of the ancient killer god dynasty knew about this. They used unmatched secret methods to conceal themselves, but they still couldn't hide from the other party. They had long been exposed. Moreover, the other side took advantage of their concealment, not daring to make too many movements to deal a killing blow. Almost every one of them killed an expert. Their deaths were too unjust. Since you're pretending to be cowards, I'll beat you until you're cowards. The large black dog yelled. Its large paw had also smashed apart a human elite. Boom! A terrifying killing intent surged wildly. The people of the ancient killer god dynasty all attacked, working together with the ghosts on the surface to kill Yi Fan and the others. This was a wild wave that was unstoppable. The formless killing intent cut the ground several meters deep, destroying everything. There was nothing that could stop it. The great battle of life and death began. The people of the ancient killer god dynasty used their killing techniques. Lu Ko and the others almost suffered a great loss. If it weren't for the large black dog's warning, they would have been in danger. These people had endless killing techniques. They cultivated the great Tao of slaughter, and they used killing to prove their Tao. They were far more suitable for battle than ordinary cultivators. Dong! Wu Zhongtian went berserk, shattering an assassin with his bare hands. Bone fragments flew everywhere and blood splattered. In the past he had been invited by Tu Fei and the others to fight against the saint son of Yao Guang. It could be imagined how powerful he was. On the other side, Jiang Huairan, Li Heishui, and the others were all ruthless, fighting fiercely against the people of the Killer God dynasty. Flowers of blood bloomed continuously. Everyone felt danger. The ancient Killer God dynasty had powerful seed assassins hiding in the dark, and they had not truly made a move yet. Boom. A terrifying danger descended. More than a dozen cultivators of the Dragon Transformation Mystery Realm appeared, and their divine might was awe-inspiring. They attacked at the same time, slapping at Yi Fan. They wanted to beat him into mincemeat. Chua. Yi Fan was like a spirit ape as he flew through the void. He used the Xing character, leaving behind a few afterimages. Then, like an eagle soaring through the sky, he suddenly shot into the sky. Pooh. The sacred yin-yang sword in his hand slashed diagonally, and an ancient Killer God dynasty elite was cleaved in half. Blood spurted out from the two halves of his body, dyeing the sky red as he fell. Kill. More than a dozen cultivators of the Dragon Transformation Mystery Realm locked onto him, and they chased after Gao Tian. Their goal was very clear: kill him and take the cauldron. This was a team formed by a group of elites. Dong. How powerful were they when they teamed up? They shattered the night sky, turning an area of the void into a black hole. All of them were incredibly powerful, and Yi Fan could only evade their attacks. Kill. The people in the dark saw that Yi Fan was being chased, and they couldn't hold back anymore. Even more people rushed out, and they killed their way into this area. In the middle of the night, the sounds of battle shook the heavens, causing the gloomy ancient city to be filled with terror. There were many figures, and many experts were attacking. They almost trapped Yi Fan. If not for the Xing character, it would have been impossible for him to escape. Little Yi, it's time to activate the Wuxi killing formation. Li Heishui transmitted his voice. Wait, we still have to wait. You guys retreat first. Yi Fan replied while clenching his teeth. The people he wanted to kill had not arrived yet, and he was still observing. If this goes on, you'll be in danger. Wu Zhongtian also transmitted his voice. They had already fallen into a bitter battle, and they were almost surrounded. In the middle of the night, it was unknown how many cultivators had arrived. This place was in a state of chaos. Blade lights were everywhere, and magic treasures were dancing in the air. Sword rays slashed through the sky, and the cold light was dazzling. This area was almost flattened, and it was practically boiling. Boom! Jiang Yichen's uncle, Jiang Huaiyan, appeared. He approached silently with a dozen people. Suddenly, they attacked Yi Fan, and the dark clouds in the sky were almost scattered. Yi Fan leaped, and his body curved like a dragon. He rushed past at extreme speed and dodged the attack. Swish! Yi Fan was almost surrounded by many cultivators. Suddenly, a sword ray rushed up and almost cut Yi Fan in half, leaving a bloody mark on his body. Clang! At the same time, Yi Fan swung the yin-yang holy sword to block a blood sword. A series of dazzling sparks burst out, and the killing intent penetrated into his bones. The real powerful killers of the human world and hell had appeared. At this moment, the most terrifying ones were not others, but the seeds of the ancient Killer dynasty. They had become the kings in the dark, and had the absolute initiative in this chaotic battle. Don't worry about me. Retreat! Yi Fan shouted, telling Jiang Huairan and the others to leave first. Boom! The gate of hell seemed to be opened. An endless killing intent surged like a raging tide. Several powerful elders arrived and slashed at Yi Fan at the same time. He leaped up with the Xing formula, as if he was walking in the void. His body flickered, and he narrowly avoided the fatal blow. Clang! The divine sword dripping with blood streaked across the sky, drawing out a streak of light like a comet, illuminating the pitch-black night sky. A powerful seated player from hell had chopped down on Yi Fan's head. Clang! The light in Yi Fan's eyes flickered, and his body was as faint as smoke. He used the killing art of the celestial court. His body twisted, almost illusory, and then the yin-yang holy sword was swung at an incredible angle. Puff! While being chased by several elders, He swung the holy sword and chopped the head of a seed of hell in half. Blood gushed out, and white brain juice flowed. The body fell to the ground. Qi, Jiang Huaiyan, Jiang Yichen's uncle, held a green pagoda in his hand and pressed down. It was so powerful that it could collapse mountains. The people around him kept retreating. At the same time, more than a dozen people who came with him also sent out their divine weapons. Like rays of divine light, they slashed at Yi Fan. Swish. He used the Xing formula and disappeared. He reappeared thousands of feet away, and a red blood-killing sword appeared in the void, stabbing at his temple. It was swift and fierce. Clang, clang, clang. Yi Fan and the seed of the human world encountered each other. They fought fast against fast, and in an instant he slashed thousands of times. Then his body suddenly disappeared. Puff! The yin-yang holy sword in his hand pierced through the top of his opponent's head, killing this incomparably terrifying seated player. This result made many people's hearts sink. They didn't see him use his terrifying power, but this killing method was so terrifying. Boom! The 9 elders of the Dragon Realm 8th Heaven came down from the sky, each striking a palm and shattering the void. Yi Fan escaped quickly, but the storm at the edge almost drowned him. Clang! An ancient cauldron appeared above Yi Fan's head, and tens of thousands of streams of source qi fell down like small dragons. Each stream could crush a mountain, and it protected him tightly. The void was shattered. Even with the protection of the all-creation source qi, he was sent flying 700 or 800 meters away. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The all-creation source qi cauldron. Everyone went crazy. Why did they come? It was because of this cauldron. Many masters and countless cultivators rushed forward together. They all wanted to kill Yi Fan and take the cauldron. Yi Fan flew back, but there were people everywhere. He was surrounded and had no way to escape. Puff! Without a sound, an azure divine sword stabbed forward. It was ruthless, accurate, and precise. It stabbed into the path that Yi Fan would definitely take, almost cutting his waist open. Fortunately, he used the Rho formula to the extreme and narrowly avoided it. Even so, a wound appeared, and a lot of golden blood flowed out. Yi Fan's expression was cold. He swung the yin-yang holy sword forward. He didn't expect the person who attacked to be the saint of all beginnings. He was already in front of him, almost ambushing him. At this time, the saint of all beginnings was covered in azure light. The azure divine robe covered his body, covering his original appearance. If not for Yi Fan's divine eyes, he wouldn't have been able to see through him. Buzz. The saint of all beginnings was like an azure god of war. His light was blazing, and a bloody light suddenly shot out from his hand. A great devouring power appeared, melting everything. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He used the Rho formula to the extreme and rushed out. A bloody hole appeared where he was. Many people fell in and turned into blood. Heavenly demon blood box. Many people exclaimed. Yi Fan's heart jumped. This was a divine item that a peerless heavenly demon had used his own blood to offer to his descendants. Its power was unparalleled. Any expert that was sucked in would be destroyed in body and soul. If he hadn't reacted quickly just now, he would have almost been killed. The saint of all beginnings was usually harmless, but now he had taken out such a vicious divine item that could turn into any material form. It was extremely terrifying. No one would have thought that the person who held the heavenly demon blood box was a saint with a great future. Boom. Suddenly, a chaotic light appeared beside Yi Fan. It could be said to be extremely sharp. It almost hit him and destroyed the void. Yi Fan was shocked and quickly dodged. He turned around and looked back. Not far away, a strange person with disheveled hair, wearing a straw cape and a bamboo hat. He held a rotten wooden hammer, and shot out such a beam of light. Purple Mansion Saint. This person was actually the Purple Mansion Saint. Apart from Yi Fan, no one knew it was him. They couldn't help but attack. Swoosh. The Purple Mansion Saint was also carrying a pitch-black gourd on his back. It suddenly spewed out a monstrous black water that corroded everything. Many people were destroyed on the spot, and Yi Fan was almost drowned in it. This kind of black water exuded a kind of deathly aura. It could simply contaminate everything. All kinds of divine weapons would turn into black mist and disappear once they came into contact with it. Boom. Evil waters overflowed into the heavens, black waves surging, smashing towards Yi Fan, about to flip him over. These saints were indeed extraordinary. They all had miraculous encounters. Apart from their own inheritances, they also had other terrifying methods. Boom. The Purple Mansion Saint's black gourd was very frightening, but even more frightening was the rotten wooden hammer in his hand. It shot out another chaotic light that collided with the myriad chi cauldron. He wanted to use this divine item to shake the ancient cauldron off Yi Fan's head and snatch it. At the same time, he also wanted to break through the defense and send the black water in to destroy Yi Fan's sage body. That's the heavenly Een extreme water. Anyone who gets hit will definitely die. A knowledgeable senior finally recognized the origin of the black water. However, no one knew the origin of the rotten wooden hammer that could emit chaotic light. They didn't know what exactly this divine item was. The Purple Mansion Saint had obtained this hammer and the black gourd, while the All Beginnings Saint had the Sky Demon treasure box. They must have learned other inheritances. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying aura covered the sky, causing the void to collapse. It kept spreading, and large cracks densely covered the sky. A half-step mighty figure had made a move. At this moment, the myriad chi cauldron above Yi Fan's head was impenetrable and compatible with the great Tao. Everyone was envious, and the powerful figures finally couldn't bear it anymore. With such a terrifying figure appearing, Yi Fan had no chance at all. He couldn't resist at all. If he didn't leave, it was only a matter of time before someone took the cauldron. At this moment, the Ro mantra made his body as fast as lightning. Now, a total of 5 half-step mighty figures had appeared. They weren't on the same side, but they all attacked Yi Fan. Everyone wanted to seize the opportunity and take the cauldron for themselves. At the same time, Yi Fan also felt a kind of murderous intent. Having grasped the inheritance of the celestial court, he naturally understood that there was a very terrifying killer spying on him. The ancient killer dynasty's threat was too great. From the beginning until now, they had been everywhere. If you don't leave the cauldron behind, then leave your life behind. The sage physique has become a thing of the past, turned to dust. The few half-step mighty figures all attacked, wanting to kill Yi Fan. He quickly rushed out, using the Ro mantra to escape. At this moment, the others also attacked. The world was boiling, especially the Purple Mansion Saint and the All Beginnings Saint. They hid in the dark and used terrifying killing weapons to ambush him. They were a great threat. Black Emperor, suppress them all! Yi Fan shouted. He couldn't escape, not even with the Ro mantra. The sky was sealed, and all directions were locked. If he delayed any longer, he would definitely die. He had no hope of survival, and his body and soul would definitely be destroyed. Boom! The world lost color, and the wind and clouds changed. Endless patterns appeared in the void, enveloping everyone below. The invisible murderous intent caused the sky to shake. A corner of the ancient Thearka's killing array appeared. The peerless murderous aura triggered the great Tao of heaven and earth. It was as if it could kill all living things in the world. Yi Fan didn't know if all the saints and saintesses were sealed, but he knew that this time, blood would definitely flow like a river, and it would cause a huge earthquake. You want to kill me and take the myriad chi cauldron? Yi Fan scanned the crowd and said, Sorry, I'll send all of you on your way. Chapter 513. The night was like an abyss, and the ancient city was shrouded in darkness. Once great Emperor Wu Shi's formation pattern appeared. It swallowed the essence of heaven and earth, turning this place into an ancient killing field. At this moment, a formless killing intent surged, as if a large world was collapsing and collapsing. Killing intent filled the air, as if it was going to kill all living beings in this world. What happened? Everyone was terrified, as if they had fallen into the depths of hell. Every inch of their flesh was convulsing, blood seeping out, and every bone was trembling, making cracking sounds. Regardless of whether they were powerful cultivators or weak cultivators, everyone was completely disheartened, as if doomsday had arrived. Their hearts were filled with despair. Once Wu Shi's great emperor killing formation appeared, everyone was trapped inside, and no one could escape. Yi Fan, little brat, do you think you can trap us with a formation pattern? A cultivator of the Four Extremes mystery realm transmitted his voice, trying to break out of the encirclement. Crack! A green light descended from the sky, and a burnt smell assailed everyone's nostrils. This person's body was emitting white smoke, his flesh and internal organs were all trembling, and his face was twisted. Bang! He collapsed stiffly, his flesh completely charred. He was killed by a green bolt of lightning, and his divine sense also turned into nothingness. This is... Many people gasped, and even the expressions of many elders of the dragon transformation mystery realm changed. Just now, that person was sent out by them to test the waters, but he was turned into a corpse in a single strike. Yi Fan stood under the night sky, a cold smile on his face. He did not say anything, and calmly swept his gaze over everyone. Almost none of them had their true appearances. Those who came to fight for the cauldrons had all used various methods to conceal their true appearances. There were figures everywhere, including those of the four extremes, dragon transformation, and half-step almighty cultivators. Ayo! The large black dog howled, appearing not far away. His body was covered in blood, and he had suffered serious injuries in the chaotic battle. Behind him, Wu Zhongtian, Jiang Huiran, and the others were also covered in blood. Although they had retreated at the first moment, they were also injured, because there were too many powerful cultivators. If you continue to be arrogant, come and kill me again. F***CK, don't look at others, I'm talking about you. The large black dog roared, staring at an elder of the sixth transformation of the dragon transformation. Just a hairless and inferior dog demon. That elder sneered, not realizing the danger at all. He didn't know that these were the ancient great emperor's formation patterns. Die, old thing! The large black dog shouted, and activated the killing formation. Chi! An expanse of scarlet multicolored light blossomed, dazzling like fireworks. However, the killing intent seemed to freeze everything within 30,000 li, bone-chilling as it covered that elder. Ah! The old man at the sixth transformation of the dragon realm let out a blood-curdling screech. He was instantly turned into a pool of blood by the scarlet light. His body and soul were destroyed, and he died a violent death. Even the expressions of many older generation figures changed. Everyone in the darkness felt a chill in their hearts. This kind of profound formation pattern, once activated, would be a great disaster. Little Yi, I'll spare your life for now. A few experts who had high attainments in Dao patterns opened the realm gate together, trying to escape. Whoosh! The patterns they had carved burst like bubbles. At the same time, dozens of blood-colored bolts of lightning appeared and struck down. Boom! The scarlet lightning struck, and these people were all struck. Smoke rose from their bodies, their clothes turned to ash, and their bodies were charred black. The lightning had pierced through their bodies, and their heads were even cracked. All 7 of them died. They were all proficient in Dao patterns, but none of them survived, becoming the second batch of victims. What kind of formation pattern is this? Why is it so terrifying? No one could remain calm, and fear appeared in their hearts. So many people had come to hunt for the cauldron, but they were all trapped here. If they all died, it would be a great massacre. Just thinking about it made people shiver. A streak of purple light suddenly appeared, and a sharp sword ray descended from the sky, piercing toward the top of Yi Fan's head. It wanted to pierce through and kill him with a single strike. The experts of the ancient killer god dynasty were hidden in the void above Yi Fan's head, and they launched a lightning-fast attack at the crucial moment. However, when the sword ray was still several meters away, his body spasmed, and he was swept by a green light. He immediately turned into a pool of blood, which flowed down. Dang! The divine sword fell to the ground, producing a string of sparks. A powerful assassin was obliterated by the formation patterns, no longer existing. Black Emperor, activate the killing formation and obliterate them all. Yi Fan spoke. He didn't want to drag things out, and so he prepared to kill everyone. What arrogant words! Just an ant. Do you really think you are an ancient saint? You are still far from it. Finally, a half-step great expert stepped out. He had his hands behind his back, and he stared at Yi Fan with a cold and emotionless expression. Hong! He suddenly took action. Lightning flickered between his palms and fingers, and an expanse of electricity interweaved to form a sea of lightning. It formed a Dao diagram, and it spun over like light. Yi Fan's mind jumped. He followed the Black Emperor's instructions and quickly retreated from the killing formation. His figure flickered, and he left his previous position. Dong! A muffled sound rang out. That lightning sea diagram instantly collapsed, and at the same time, it triggered the ancient Great Emperor's killing formation to operate. An aura that could obliterate the world was released. Well, the void trembled, and the great earth was about to cave in. An expanse of immortal light surged, and auspicious colors appeared in tens of thousands of streaks. It was as if giant immortal flowers were blossoming, and exceptional killing intent shot out. The half-step great expert shouted. He attacked with all of his strength to resist this endless killing light, but everything was futile. The divine halberd in his hands that was forged from meteoric iron was like rotten wood. It turned into powder and fell down. Ah! He released a loud cry. His arm began to melt, and his bones and flesh all turned into a bloody paste. Irresistible killing intent spread, and it advanced like raging waves. Each layer was stronger than the last, and it crushed over. Even a half-step great expert couldn't stop it. Ah! He no longer had the calmness from before. His face was full of fear. He screamed towards the sky, but he couldn't change anything. Pung! His body was cracking apart, as if he had been crushed by a heavenly deity's roller. Inch by inch he turned into a bloody paste, starting from his limbs. In the end, with a pu sound, his head also shattered. Break out, we have to charge out. Everyone was shouting loudly. After seeing this scene, there was no one who wasn't terrified. Even a half-step great expert had been obliterated, so who could remain calm? Perhaps only by working together could they open up a path of survival. Otherwise they would all die here. You're so ruthless, setting up such a deadly formation and waiting for us to enter. Many people looked towards Yi Fan, shock and anger mixed together. At the same time, there was also a slight fear. You came to kill me and seize the cauldron, so you should be prepared to be killed, Yi Fan said with a smile. What else is there to say? Black Emperor, activate the killing formation and kill everyone. Li Heishui said. All right, activate the formation immediately. Today blood is destined to flow like a river. The large black dog shouted. Wang. Suddenly, the void was pierced through, and an arrow of blood shot out, aiming straight for the Black Emperor's throat. He screamed loudly, and retreated in fear. Black Emperor, what's wrong? Yi Fan was shocked, deeply afraid that something unexpected would happen. This thing. Why is it still here? The large black dog said with a trembling voice, slightly terrified. Chi. The arrow of blood was like a rainbow, passing through the formation patterns of the Great Emperor and chasing down, wanting to pierce through the Black Emperor. An aura of death pervaded the air. Clang. Yi Fan rushed over, and with the all-life source cauldron protecting his body, he took this attack head-on. The arrow of blood was like a rainbow, but it did not shatter, continuing to chase after the Black Emperor. The aura of death became even stronger, and it would not stop until it was killed. Swoosh! Yi Fan used the cauldron, and the all-life source chi circulated, sucking the Black Emperor in. He asked, "What is this?" This is a secret arrow specially used by the ancient Great Emperor to kill his enemies in the formation patterns. It will not stop until he is dead, and even the formation patterns cannot be destroyed. The large black dog was really frightened. Clang! The arrow of blood was like a ray, and still did not stop, piercing towards the all-life source cauldron. If it was not for the fact that it was sturdy enough, it would have already been pierced through. Clang, clang. The force of the arrow of blood was extremely great, and every time, it almost knocked the cauldron flying. Yi Fan felt as if he was being struck by a huge hammer, his body trembling slightly. If I could set up 1/3 of the formation patterns, even the secret arrow of the ancient Great Emperor would be destroyed. The large black dog said hatefully. No, this is a forbidden tool, not the real secret arrow of the ancient Great Emperor. There was a look of surprise on his face. This was because at this moment, the blood arrow had dimmed. After colliding 7 or 8 times, it turned into ashes with a pu sound, and was destroyed by the formation patterns. The so-called forbidden tool referred to a weapon that could only be used a few times. Although it was very powerful, it could not be used for a long time. It is just a crude imitation of a forbidden tool. You scared me to death. I was wondering how the secret arrow of the ancient great emperor could be passed down. The large black dog was completely energized, and he leaped out of the all-life source cauldron. Another ray of blood shot over, and it was accompanied by gusts of wind and thunder, its killing intent shocking the clouds. It shot towards Yi Fan's throat, wanting to kill him with a single strike. It's someone from the Jiang clan, Lu Ko said in a low voice. The archer was precisely Jiang Yichen's uncle, Jiang Huayan. His eyes were cold, and he continuously drew his bow. In the blink of an eye, several blood-red arrows shot over, all aimed at Yi Fan. It is just a crude imitation of a forbidden tool. And it is completely ineffective. The large black dog shouted, and activated the formation patterns. Boom! Numerous large dragons soared into the sky, piercing through the clouds. These were condensed from killing intent, and the formation patterns of Great Emperor Wu Shi revealed a terrifying side. Agonizing cries sounded out, and in the blink of an eye, several dozen cultivators were killed in both body and soul. They were crushed by the killing intent, and nothing was left behind. The sound of shattering traveled over, and the arrows that Jiang Huai and shot over were all turned into dust, dissipating in midair. Lock him in place. Yi Fan pointed at Jiang Huai and, woof, that is exactly what I was thinking. Directly killing him would be letting him off too easily. The Black Emperor shouted. The night sky shook, and countless patterns appeared. Jiang Huai and the others were all restricted, unable to move in the slightest within the killing formation. Meanwhile, the others were desperately charging forward. Thunder rumbled, and killing intent shot out. Many people were turned into bloody paste, dying on the spot. Swoosh! Yi Fan rushed over, and collected the purple bow and several blood-red arrows from Jiang Huai's hands. Beside him, several half-step almighties suddenly appeared, and attacked, wanting to use this opportunity to kill him. Clang, 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 tens of thousands of swords rang out, and the killing formation of Wu Shi was ever-changing. Tens of thousands of sword chi shot out, attacking the four half-step almighties. One of them became a sieve on the spot, and even his head was penetrated by hundreds of swords. His body and soul were both destroyed. Another person cried out loudly, and was slashed into mush by hundreds of sword chi. He died a violent death, and no longer existed. Swoosh! Yi Fan retreated, and according to the Black Emperor's instructions, it was as if there was no one there. Then he knocked an arrow, and with a flash of blood-red light shot out. The third half-step almighty was already about to be obliterated by the killing formation, and then he was shot in the forehead by Yi Fan. He screamed loudly on the spot, and turned into a bloody mist. And you! Yi Fan drew his bow again, and just as the last dying half-step almighty rushed into the sky, a blood-red light descended and pierced through his head. His head shattered, and this expert's body turned into mush. He died instantly, and he didn't even have the chance to scream. Everyone was terrified to the extreme. A total of 5 half-step almighties had been killed, so how could they not be afraid? They all cried out loudly. Charge out! We must charge out! Everyone swarmed, wanting to use the corpses to create a path of survival. Damn it, he actually schemed against us. As long as I can survive, I will definitely kill him 100 times. Someone swore in his heart. Rumble. It was as if there was a giant millstone spinning in the world, mercilessly crushing all life. Bloody light surged continuously, and people were continuously turned into mush. It was just a corner of the formation patterns left behind by an ancient great emperor. Yet it possessed the power to kill all creatures in this world. Once one was trapped within, it was simply too difficult to escape. In this void, there were tens of thousands of great dragons soaring about. That was the most terrifying killing intent. And there were all types of lightning radiance flickering about as well. As long as one was struck, they would definitely turn into ashes. Miserable cries rang out incessantly. This was a terrifying scene like that of an Azura's field. Killing light spun about, crushing bodies one after another, and blood flowed like rivers. That night, there were just too many people who took action against Yi Fan. Not a single one of them escaped, and they were all slaughtered. This was like an ancient battlefield. Corpses piled up, blood flowed, and a fishy smell assailed the nostrils. Bloody mist curled about, dyeing Yi Fan and the others' hair red. These are all experts. We killed too many people this time, Wu Zhongtian said with a sigh. Since we've already started a massacre, it is impossible for us to stop. There is no need to be lenient. It's fine if they don't take action, but once they do, we will kill them all, Yi Fan said. Qi. Yi Fan drew his bow and knocked an arrow, aiming at Jiang Huayan. The bloody arrow pierced through the sky like a rainbow. Uft. He couldn't evade, and this arrow hit his abdomen. With a pung sound, his sea of reincarnation shattered, and all of his divine power disappeared. Yi Fan's arrow crippled him. Ah! Jiang Huayan screamed miserably, his eyes revealing despair. His sea of reincarnation was crippled, and his divine power dried up. In the future he would never be able to step onto the path of cultivation again. You. He was incomparably resentful. He roared mournfully and stared at Yi Fan and the others. Who are you? Yi Fan asked with a cold smile. Then he reached out a large hand and grabbed him, sealing him on the spot, not giving him a chance to speak. I don't know who you are, but since you came to kill me, I definitely can't let you go. Go back to the latrine, and it will take at least 1,000 years. Yi Fan threw him to Li Heishui. That's right, this person really should be suppressed. Lu Ko shouted. The killing formation activated and mercilessly reaped lives. Yi Fan was carefully searching for the whereabouts of the saints. Jin Qishao from the Gold family of Northern Plains? Yi Fan stared at a tall and sturdy figure covered in scales. He was like a vicious spirit as he stepped on everyone's corpses and charged outwards. Damn, the Gold family is indeed the descendants of archaic creatures. Jiang Huairan exclaimed. Kill him. Yi Fan spoke. No matter who it was, as long as they entered the killing formation, they were destined to die. Boom. The Black Emperor activated the killing formation. Endless bloody light swept over, and the tall figure immediately collapsed. Scales fell off, and his body was torn into pieces. However, there were only fluctuations of divine power, and no blood splattered everywhere. This is a god from his Dao Palace, not his main body. Yet, it's so powerful, almost comparable to a saint. Lu Ko's heart jumped. Jin Qishao was very cautious and didn't show himself. He only formed a god and came here to observe. If he was killed here, his vitality would definitely be greatly injured. In this place, bloody light shot into the sky. Endless murderous intent surged like a vast ocean. From afar, one could clearly see that the Wushi array had turned into a huge millstone, crushing one body after another and reaping lives continuously. The scene was extremely terrifying. Blood flowed on the ground, forming a thick layer of bloody mud. It was a bloody scene as if it was purgatory on earth. Purple Mansion Saint. Yi Fan's eyes turned cold. He saw this saint again. His hair was disheveled, and he wore a straw raincoat and a bamboo hat. He carried a pitch-black gourd on his back, and held a rotten wooden hammer as he advanced, stepping on the corpses of others. Clang! Yi Fan pulled out the yin-yang sacred sword and strode forward, passing through the array patterns. Buzz! It was as if he was swinging a mountain. The yin-yang sacred sword smashed through the sky, slashing through the heavens with great force. Clang! Yi Fan swung his sword and slashed down heavily. The Purple Mansion Saint met the attack with the rotten wooden hammer in his hand. Chaotic light flashed, and the two clashed, creating a deafening sound. Bam! The Purple Mansion Saint flew backward, vomiting blood. He had almost been obliterated by the array patterns just now. His vitality was already greatly injured, but he was holding on. However, the rotten wooden hammer in his hand was really terrifying. It had even cracked the yin-yang sacred sword. This was unbelievable. Swoosh! Yi Fan swung down again. The sword aura almost connected with the dark clouds in the sky. It was as thick as a mountain and terrifying. You can't kill me. Do you know? The Purple Mansion Saint knew his condition. This was definitely not the best time to fight. I don't care who you are. If you dare to kill me and steal my tripod, you should be prepared to die. Yi Fan shouted, not giving him a chance to speak. Otherwise, if he revealed his identity and attacked again, There would be a lot of trouble in the future. Clang clang. The Yin-Yang sacred sword was heavier than a mountain. Every time it landed, the Purple Mansion Saint vomited blood. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but there was no chance at all. If not for the fact that the rotten wooden hammer in his hand and the black gourd on his back were too terrifying and always saved his life at the crucial moment, he would have already been killed. These saints all have great fortuitous opportunities. If not for the fact that they were seriously injured by the killing array, it would really take a lot of effort to kill him. Yi Fan frowned. He didn't know how the other party had obtained the rotten wooden hammer and the other weapons. They had the corresponding techniques, and when used together, their power was unparalleled. It's time to end this. I'll send you on your way. Finally, Yi Fan swung his sword horizontally. The strength of his arm was shocking. He swung the Yin-Yang sacred sword so hard that the body of the sword bent as if it was about to break. Yi Fan's sword cut off the Purple Mansion Saint's head. Blood sprayed more than 3 meters high, and the headless corpse fell into a pool of blood. He swung his sword again and cut the head that was trying to escape in half. Ah! The Purple Mansion Saint let out an indignant roar. Yi Fan, you won't live long either. A purple light rushed out. Yi Fan's sword slashed down, and the purple light shattered. The saint's body and soul were destroyed. He didn't want to give the other party a chance to shout out his identity. Killing you is useless. You are just a passerby now. He held the sacred sword dripping blood and stood upright. Chapter 514. Yi Fan swung the Yin-Yang holy sword and killed the Purple Mansion Saint. His head and consciousness turned into ashes, leaving behind a headless corpse that was spewing blood. The life of a saint had come to an end. He was very likely to become a supreme saint, but today he had reached the end of his life and become the dust of history. It could be predicted that there would be chaos soon. This was the first saint to die in the Eastern Barren Territory in recent years. It would definitely cause a great commotion. There was nothing special about the broken wooden hammer. There were bite marks on it, and it was almost rotten. It didn't look like a weapon at all. If it was thrown on the ground, no one would pick it up. But it was this unremarkable broken wooden hammer that could release chaotic light and crack the Yin-Yang holy sword. It was very powerful and had saved the Purple Mansion Saint many times. Yi Fan held it in his hand. It felt very light, as if he was holding a piece of firewood. It didn't have much weight, and it seemed like it would break if he used a little force. Dong. He shook his finger, and the broken wooden hammer made a hollow sound. It was like rotten wood, but no matter how much force he used, he couldn't break it. It was very hard. Bang. He brandished the broken wooden hammer in his hand. With a wong sound, a large black hole appeared in the void, and a streak of chaotic light shot into it. What treasure is this? It's much more powerful than the Yin-Yang holy sword. Yi Fan was shocked. This must be a divine treasure. The large black dog came over. His eyes were very round, and he quickly reached out with his claws. His greed was acting up again. Yi Fan knew his habits, so he was always on guard. He raised a hand and stopped him. Don't snatch it. Quick, control the killing formation. Don't let a single person escape. At this moment, this area was covered in blood, and the smell of blood was overwhelming. Who knew how many people had died? The scene was frightening. It was as if they had come to a slaughterhouse. Jiang Huiran, Wu Zhongtian, and the others also walked over. They looked at the broken wooden hammer in amazement. It could actually release chaotic light, and was indestructible. It could be called a divine treasure. The Purple Mansion Saint is dead. Lu Ko and the others felt that things had gotten out of hand. This was the future master of a holy land, and he had been killed by Yi Fan. If this news spread, the entire northern region would be shaken. Ah! Miserable cries continued to sound. The ancient Great Emperor's killing formation was unparalleled. It turned into a great grinding stone that crushed heaven and earth, continuously turning life after life into meat paste. Ah! No one was able to escape. The ancient slaughtering formation was like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. Every time, a large group of people would be killed. This was truly a meat grinder. Many experts, even if they were at the 8th transformation of the Dragon Realm, or even at the pinnacle, could not escape the annihilation of the primeval emperor's formation runes. Amidst the bright redness on the ground were pieces of ghastly white shattered bones, causing one's scalp to go numb. It was too horrible to look at, and none of them dared to look at it. In the cruel world of Xiuzha, once war started, there was no mercy to speak of. It was hard to say who was right and who was wrong. There was no right or wrong. There was only life and death and the law of the jungle. In the cruel world of cultivators, once a battle started, there was no mercy. It was hard to say who was right and who was wrong. There was only the law of life and death. Ha! This broken wooden hammer. Looks like the stopper of the Purple Mansion Saint. Jiang Huairan's eyes were sharp, and he immediately saw the abnormality. Ha! This broken wooden hammer. Looks like the stopper of the big gourd. Jiang Huairan's eyes were sharp, and he immediately saw the abnormality. Yi Fan stuffed the handle of the broken wooden hammer into the stopper. It fit perfectly, blocking the mouth of the gourd. The head of the hammer and the mouth of the gourd became one. This is definitely a divine treasure. Even the stopper can release chaotic light. It's so powerful. The large black dog stood up, his eyes glinting fiercely. He was about to snatch the gourd again. Stupid dog, can't you be a little more obedient? Yi Fan glanced at him. They were all shocked. This black gourd definitely had a great background. Even the stopper was so terrifying, so the real body of the gourd could be imagined. Purple Mansion brat, perhaps he just got this gourd not long ago. It's such a waste using the stopper to fight enemies. He doesn't understand its true value at all. The large black dog said. They fiddled with it for a while, but they didn't find any use for the black gourd. It was even harder than godly metal. Even Yi Fan's golden fingers couldn't penetrate it. Although the heavenly Een death water is priceless, compared to the black gourd, it's not even worth a strand of hair. It's really a waste to store it. Screams rose and fell. By now, only a few people were still alive. They had all been chopped into meat paste, and the ground was scarlet and bloody. Only a dozen or so people were left. Yi Fan was very calm, and there was no emotion in his eyes. He watched everything quietly. He didn't act, but once he made a decision, he was resolute. Unfortunately, only 2 holy sons entered. He was searching for the whereabouts of the Saint Son of all beginnings. Those who survived weren't necessarily the most powerful people. The Wuxia killing formation was damaged, and only a corner was left. There were some places with terrifying destructive power, while some areas were relatively weaker. There. Yi Fan's eyes flashed and he quickly rushed over, appearing in front of a pile of corpses. There was a bloody person there, his entire body submerged in blood. He was unmoving, incredibly cold, without the slightest bit of vitality. He was mixed with the bloody mud, buried underneath. If others couldn't sense him at all, they would definitely think that was a person who had long died. However, Yi Fan cultivated the divine eye, and saw with a glance that he was still alive. His life source was very vigorous, releasing blazing light, and hadn't been extinguished. The Saint Son of all beginnings was actually faking his death, wanting to escape this disaster. He had no choice and was forced into this situation. Yi Fan rushed over like a ghost, silently brandishing the Yin Yang holy sword. It turned into a barbaric dragon, and slashed down. The thick sword ray connected with the dark clouds in the sky. Swoosh! The Saint Son of all beginnings turned into a streak of green radiance, rushing out like light, evading. The great earth was hacked apart, revealing a pitch-black, bottomless hole. Brother Yi, we've misunderstood a bit. The Saint Son of all beginnings opened his mouth, wishing to say something, but Yi Fan activated the all-character secret, brandishing the holy sword and hacking forward, not giving him the chance at all. Clang! This sword even cut open the skies. The dark clouds scattered, an endless stellar radiance gathered like a waterfall. Tens of thousands of streaks descended, forming a vast expanse of whiteness. The Saint Son of all beginnings' expression changed. He felt the world-shocking sharpness of a sharp blade approaching his neck, the aura of death pervading the air. He couldn't face it head-on. However, in the Wuxia killing formation, he had no way of escaping. A single wrong step would result in his body and soul being destroyed. He could only face the sword radiance that was as thick as a mountain. Once the all-character secret was activated, one's strength would increase tenfold. This was a type of destructive aura that could tear through everything. The yin-yang holy sword was as resplendent as a sun. Pop. The saint son of all beginnings' palm was sparkling and bloody radiance shot out. He opened a cold blood box, and fresh blood dyed the night sky red. It was as if an ancient evil spirit had awakened, and wanted to destroy all things. Heavenly Fiend Blood Box. In the past, a heavenly fiend used his own fiend god blood to refine a weapon for his descendants. Its destructive power was incomparable, and the heavenly fiend blood could destroy all opponents. Bang! The power of Yi Fan's sword was extremely great. When it collided with the bloody light, the saint son of all beginnings was sent flying, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. With tenfold battle prowess, who in the same realm could contend against him? This was equivalent to 10 Saint Sun level characters attacking together to kill the Saint Sun of all beginnings. In the Wuxia killing formation, he had no way of dodging. Even if his methods were heaven-defying, he couldn't withstand it, and was immediately heavily injured. However, Yi Fan was also shaken. He retreated with large steps. The yin-yang holy sword in his hand was stained with demonic blood, and the cracks on its surface quickly expanded. Kacha! The yin-yang holy sword broke, completely destroyed by the heavenly fiend blood box. Yi Fan's entire body released blazing golden light, blocking the fiend god's blood from staining his body. He took out the rotten wooden hammer, and smashed it down fiercely, scattering the boundless bloody light. The legendary treasure box refined by a peerless heavenly fiend. We must seize it. The large black dog shouted loudly from behind. Yi Fan brandished the rotten wooden hammer, and a terrifying streak of chaotic light shot out, striking towards the saint son of all beginnings. It chiseled out a black hole in the void. Boom! The heavenly fiend blood box was less than 3 inches long, but it contained a boundless sea of blood. At this moment, boundless waves surged out, almost drowning this part of heaven and earth. Yi Fan used the rotten wooden hammer to cleave out a black hole, guiding the boundless sea of blood into it. He shot out a streak of chaotic divine light, slashing towards the saint son of all beginnings. The two of them quickly engaged in a great battle. The Wuxia killing formation was activated, and the saint son of all beginnings was startled with every step he took, unable to concentrate. Boom! Yi Fan once again successfully activated the all secret. The rotten wooden hammer in his hand shone brilliantly, as if it had a life of its own, shooting out a large expanse of chaotic light. This was a terrifying scene. The black night sky continuously collapsed, and a black hole appeared. The saint son of all beginnings cried out loudly, using the heavenly fiend blood box to block it. However, when his battle prowess was increased tenfold, it was too terrifying. It destroyed everything, and the entire sea of blood was evaporated. Everything was destroyed. The saint son of all beginnings couldn't dodge at all in the Wuxia killing formation, and could only take it head-on. With a pung sound, he was sent flying by the chaotic light, his body cracking apart. Wang. Yi Fan used the row technique, rushing over like a streak of light. In a short period of time when his battle prowess was increased tenfold, he continuously attacked, incomparably fierce. Pooh! The saint son of all beginnings spat out a large mouthful of blood. He was swept by the chaotic light again, and most of the bones in his body were broken. He shouted loudly, "You can't!" Boom! Yi Fan didn't give him a chance to continue speaking. His tenfold battle prowess rose crazily, and the rotten wooden hammer shattered the void, sending him flying, almost turning him into a bloody paste. You! The saint son of all beginnings coughed out blood. Dong! Yi Fan used the rotten wooden hammer to block the heavenly fiend blood box. The chaotic light imprisoned the endless sea of blood, and the two weapons stuck together. At this time, the battle prowess triggered by the all-secret art disappeared, but the saint son of all beginnings was also an arrow at the end of its flight. He did his best to resist. Pung! Yi Fan reached out a large golden hand and struck forward. A destructive aura shook. Kacha! The saint son of all beginnings' arm broke, and then his chest caved in. His body was struck by a large golden hand. Pooh! The flesh shell of the saint body was extremely powerful. The palm that was like a large golden millstone firmly slammed into the saint son of all beginnings' body, splitting him into pieces on the spot. The saint son of all beginnings' primordial spirit rushed out, wanting to escape. The small golden lake between Yi Fan's brows transformed into a small golden cauldron, rushing over and shattering it. Another saint son of all beginnings had fallen. The future master of all beginnings had been erased just like that. From then on, he would become a part of history, no longer existing. Yi Fan had killed 2 saints in succession in one day. This was enough to shake the world. At the same time, he had eliminated so many experts, killing them all and leaving the ground covered in minced meat. This would definitely cause great waves. Where is Yaoshi? Where is the saint son of Great Yan, Xiang Yifei? They have also come. He frowned slightly. Chapter 5:15. In the latter half of the night, the thick black clouds dispersed and starlight sprinkled down like water. The ancient city was quiet. However, the city was not peaceful. The smell of blood assailed the nostrils and a strong aura of death filled the air. It was as if an Azura had descended into the world. The huge millstone formed by the Wuxia killing formation had disappeared. Under the cold moonlight, there was a thick layer of bloody mud on the ground, as well as some snow-white bone dregs. This was a scene that made one's hair stand on end. White bones and flesh mixed together. Anyone who saw it with their own eyes would feel their hair stand on end. This was a living purgatory on earth. Apart from Jiang Huaiyan, everyone else was dead. No one could escape. This was the power of the ancient emperor's formation. Just a broken corner was enough to kill everyone. Yi Fan stood in the ancient killing formation. He did not see Yaoshi or Xiang Yifei. They had definitely come for him, but they did not enter the formation. He gazed at the night sky and could not sense any aura. Those who had not entered the formation had all left in fright. No one dared to stay in fear of the power of the Wuxia killing formation. After a long time, people appeared at the end of the horizon. Looking at this place from afar, they all felt a chill from head to toe. In the latter half of the night, the moonlight was gentle, but the entire ancient city was incomparably stifling. There was no sound at all, and no one was here. Yi Fan set a big fire. The broken bones and bloody mud on the ground burned, crackling in the flames. In the end, they turned into ashes and burned away completely. Suddenly he raised his head. He felt a sense of danger, but he did not discover anything. Could it be that a Saint Lord level character has arrived? Or is a terrifying character from the ancient god dynasty spying on us? Yi Fan was startled. Let's leave this place. Wu Zhongtian, Jiang Huairan, and the others did not want to stay for long. This place would become the center of the storm, so it was best to leave as soon as possible. The Black Emperor carved the formation, and then erased the Wuxia killing formation. With a flash of light, they crossed the distance and disappeared from their original spot. On the second day, when the news came out, it caused a huge uproar. This time, in the misty cloud ancient city, there were countless casualties among the invaders. It was unknown how many people had lost their lives. Corpses fell one after another. There were 5 half-step experts among them, and all of them were overlords of their own regions. If they could take a step further and develop their own Tao, they would be comparable to the Holy Lords. Unfortunately, they had lost their lives here. What? Even a half-step mighty figure has fallen? What realm are Yi Fan's group at? How could they have such a technique? Is this true? The experts of the Dragon Transformation Secret Realm were cut down like weeds. The number of casualties is uncountable. Everything is true. Last night, I saw it with my own eyes. That was truly purgatory in the human world. Human lives are worth less than grass. No matter how strong you are, you can't block a single attack from the killing array. The people of the Dragon Transformation Secret Realm are dying one after another. Although they have concealed their true identities, it is obvious that they are from the various great sections. What a terrifying technique. He killed everyone in one battle. This brat is truly terrifying. The Battle of the Bloody Night caused a huge commotion. No one had thought that Yi Fan would have such a technique. He dared to kill all the experts. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The sky was bright, and Yi Fan released little Nan Nan from the pristine jade bottle. The battle last night was too bloody, so he did not let the little girl watch. At this moment, they were in an oasis, temporarily hiding from the storm. Needless to say, the outside world was in chaos. Lu Ko picked up a person and threw him on the ground saying, "How should we deal with him?" This was the only captive who had survived the killing array. Jiang Huayan was terrified. As an expert of the 8th transformation of the dragon transformation, his sea of reincarnation had been crippled by an arrow. His divine power had dried up, and all his hopes had turned to dust. What do you want? His voice was trembling. He did not want to die. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Yi Fan glanced at him. When passing by a small village, Yi Fan stopped. He walked around a fish pond and said, "This place is very suitable for you to retire." Jiang Huayan's face immediately turned green. He found a latrine pit in front of the fish pond, and thought of what Yi Fan had said before. He even felt like dying. Yi Fan threw him out like a javelin. With a plop, a large splash was made, and a foul stench filled the air. Blarg! Jiang Huayan almost vomited his bile. He was so disgusted that he almost fainted. He shouted, You can't do this." Yi Fan thought about it and said, "Your sea of reincarnation has been crippled, but your holy Ji palace still exists. You can live for at least 100 or 200 years. How about this? I don't want you to die, so we'll just suppress you for 100 years. No, save me," Jiang Huayan shouted. He wanted to slap himself to death. Why did he provoke these people? How could he come up with such a stupid idea? Yi Fan ignored him. Beams of light shot out from his 10 fingers and sealed Jiang Huayan at the bottom of the latrine pit. Then he cut a stone tablet and pressed it in. Finally, I vented my anger. Those bastards in the Jiang clan were too despicable. They should be suppressed like this. Li Heishui laughed loudly. We should capture Jiang Yichen. That brat is the most hateful. If we don't suppress him, we'll be letting ourselves down. Lu Kou's anger could not be appeased. After a few days, the storm did not subside. Instead, it became more and more intense. So many people had died. There were powerful itinerant cultivators and masters from sacred grounds. They became the focus of everyone's discussion. Did you know that the Purple Mansion Saint is already dead? He was killed by Yi Fan's sword. What? That's impossible. That's too shocking. It's true, but no one will point it out. That night, this saint was among those who tried to kill Yi Fan. Unfortunately, he was killed as a passerby. Oh my God, this is shocking news. Will the Purple Mansion's sacred ground let this go? Their future master was killed just like that. The Purple Mansion Saint changed his appearance to kill the divine physique. In the end, he lost his life. Who can he blame? Even a powerful holy land would not be able to take revenge on such a large scale. In recent years, this was the first time a saint had been killed in the eastern wilderness. Naturally, it caused a huge commotion. Everyone was talking about it. Everyone knew that a great era had come. There would definitely be a huge battle. The death of a saint was inevitable. However, they did not know who would be the strongest. The divine physique is so powerful. He killed the saint of Middle Ground and the saint of Eastern Wilderness. He is invincible. He used a shocking killing array to kill so many cultivators. Then he killed a saint as a passerby. He must have done it on purpose. People were talking about it. Everyone was trying to find out what was going on. Sure enough, not long after, another shocking piece of news spread. The saint son of all beginnings had also died. 2 sons of the great sage died in one night. People were dumbfounded. The Purple Mansion Saint was not everything. There was still the saint of all beginnings. Countless cultivators were dumbfounded. This is really shocking. 2 sons of the great sage are dead. The era of a huge battle is here. The eastern wilderness was shocked. The Battle of the Bloody Night was even more shocking than people had imagined. No one had expected Yi Fan to kill 2 sons of the great sage. He is the enemy of all the saints. The divine physique caught up. It doesn't look like he killed himself. Is Miracle Dr. Wang lying? Many people were discussing it. Half a month later, Lu Kou flew back excitedly. He laughed heartily and said, I used some of my connections and it really worked. Lu Kou brought news that Jiang Yichen was about to come out and participate in the Jade Lake meeting. It was a good opportunity to catch him. Are you sure? Wu Zhongtian asked. The news sent by Sun Quan shouldn't be wrong. Sun Quan was the grandson of the 10th Great Bandit, Sun Tianyin. He was also a descendant of the Great Bandit, so he had a good relationship with them. Without saying anything, they crossed the void and went to the Jade Lake Sacred Land. Of course, they did not really enter. They just waited outside. The Jade Lake Sacred Land was picturesque. Looking from afar, it was as if they had arrived at a land of immortals. That brat is here. After waiting for a few days, Yi Fan and the others saw Jiang Yichen. He walked over with a middle-aged man in purple. The middle-aged man in purple had a dignified appearance. He walked like a dragon and a tiger, as if a celestial emperor had descended. He was very extraordinary. He was the extremely powerful 13th grandfather of the Jiang clan. We can't afford to offend this legendary 13th. The large black dog mumbled. This person not only had powerful magic power, but he also had a corner of the formation pattern of the Hongyu Emperor. If he really targeted them, they would definitely be in danger. Are you sure the spatial trap is effective? We are pulling a tooth out of a tiger's mouth, Li Heishui said. This is a secret technique from the primordial age. I don't believe that he is so careful. He is protecting Jiang Yichen at every step, the large black dog said. This 13th grandfather was extremely powerful and conceited. He definitely would not think that someone would dare to snatch someone from under his nose. This was the conclusion that they came to based on his personality. They had done some research. All right, we have entered that area. He and Huang, do it. Yi Fan urged. The large black dog activated the formation pattern. The space in the distance became blurry, and Jiang Yichen was instantly sucked into it. He shouted in shock. Humph! 13th grandfather humphed coldly. He stretched out his hand and grabbed forward. However, the blurry space flashed, and a black hole appeared. Jiang Yichen's figure continued to pass through it. Serial spatial trap. 13th grandfather was shocked. He quickly carved formation patterns in the void, wanting to use the most profound innate patterns to stabilize this space. It's too late. Apart from being afraid of your cultivation level, my attainments in Dao patterns are far superior to yours. The large black dog bared his teeth in secret. Boom. All the black holes disappeared, and the void became calm again. It was as if nothing had happened. Let's go too. Yi Fan and the others quickly passed through the void and disappeared in the blink of an eye. 13th grandfather reacted quickly. The moment Jiang Yichen disappeared, he immediately locked onto the location where Yi Fan and the others were. With a long howl, he arrived in the blink of an eye. However, when he arrived, everything became calm again. He did not even see who the enemy was. Good. You dare to snatch someone from my hands? You must have eaten a god's guts. He stood in the same place for a long time, silently deducing something. Hundreds of thousands of miles away, the large black dog appeared in a desert with a long howl. He said, if you want to deduce my methods, go ahead and try. Jiang Yichen's figure appeared on an altar in front of them. He had been dragged here by the spatial trap, and was trapped on the blood-colored altar. Nephew eldest, we meet again. Jiang Huairan walked over with evil intentions. Brat, we really missed you. Li Heishui kept moving his muscles and bones, chuckling. Jiang Yichen's intestines were green with regret. Why did he have to go to the Jade Lake? Now he was blocked by a few people. There was nothing worse than this. He really wanted to kill himself. Nephew eldest, why don't you speak when you see your uncle? Jiang Huairan asked with a smile. Didn't you want to kill us? When you were in the Jiang tribe, you could summon the wind and summon the rain. How awe-inspiring. Now continue. Li Heishui laughed loudly. This brat is nothing. He doesn't even want to be my human pet. I want to choose a peerless saintess in the Jade Lake Grand Meeting. The Black Emperor criticized from the side. Chapter 516. Last time, I suppressed you once and let you go in the end. You really don't have a good memory. Do you think that just because you have a supreme grandpa and a powerful family, you have nothing to fear? Yi Fan had a smile on his face. On the blood-red sacrificial altar, Jiang Yichen's face was pale. This time, he was really scared. Falling into the hands of these demons, he was considering whether to kill himself first. What do you want? His voice was trembling. He once thought that these people wanted to sacrifice him alive. Otherwise, why would he be bound to such a sacrificial altar? Nephew Gu, look at you. You can't even speak properly. It's okay. I'm here. No one will kill you. Jiang Huairan smiled brightly. Uncle Gu, I was wrong. Please let me go. Jiang Yichen was afraid. He gritted his teeth and bowed his head. What? I didn't hear you clearly. Jiang Huairan picked his ears and asked loudly. Uncle Gu, please let me go. Jiang Yichen raised his voice. His face was a little red. They were about the same age. He was so tired of being called like this. Nephew Gu, you're so obedient. You don't want to kill me this time, and you don't call me a bastard? Jiang Huairan asked with a smile. We're all Jiang Huairan's brothers. Nephew Gu, do you want to call us nice too? Lu Ko asked. Jiang Yichen's eyes flashed fiercely, but he quickly concealed it. He said, Guys, what do you want? Just say it. Nephew Gu, don't think too much. We just want to catch up with you, Li Heishui said with a smile. Jiang Yichen was annoyed. He said, As long as you let me go, my grandfather will give you enough energy. You can even have a divine lord level weapon. Your Jiang clan had some saints in ancient times. It's such a waste to bury them in your cemetery, the Black Emperor said. I don't want the corpse of the Hung Yu Emperor, but it should be fine to give you the corpse of a saint, right? Jiang Yichen's expression stiffened. A dog had such a request. Wouldn't the conditions of those demons be even harsher? Of course, he didn't understand. This dog was the greediest. Jiang Huairan glanced at the large black dog. The ancient saint of the Jiang tribe was definitely his ancestor, so he naturally wouldn't allow him to do as he pleased. Yi Fan thought for a moment before he stepped forward and asked, Who is the divine body of your Jiang clan? 2 divine king bodies have appeared in the Eastern Barren territory at the same time. This has not happened in many years. Who is the divine king body of the Jiang clan? Is it a man or a woman? Wu Zhongtian also wanted to know the answer. Could it be that Jiang Yifei? I always felt that his strength was unfathomable, Lu Ko said. I don't know who he is, Jiang Yichen replied. He's still so stubborn even now. Slap him until he's obedient. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility as his uncle, Jiang Huairan said. You don't. Jiang Yichen cried. Papa. Li Heishui and Lu Ko were not soft-hearted people. They would not show any mercy to this descendant of the Jiang clan who had once tried to kill them. They slapped him hard. Jiang Yichen's eyes were sinister, and his heart was filled with endless murderous intent. However, he could only endure it at the moment, and did not dare to challenge them. He said, He's very mysterious. I only know that he's from the bloodline of the clan leader. Nonsense. Jiang Huairan gave him a big slap and said, The divine king's blood is passed down in our bloodline. Why did it go to the bloodline of the clan leader? You want to bully me even with this? I'm not lying. It's true. There's a rumor in the clan that the divine body was adopted by the clan leader from outside. He's not from the Jiang clan, Jiang Yichen shouted. He did not want to be slapped again. What? He actually adopted a divine body. The few of them were shocked and pondered for a long time. In the end, no matter how Jiang Yichen begged or cursed, it was useless. The few of them decided to suppress him. If we suppress him for 1,000 years, there won't be any bones left. Let's suppress him for 500 years, the Black Emperor said. His pair of big claws scratched randomly and swept away all kinds of treasures. You can't do this to me. Jiang Yichen even had the mood to die. He never thought that they would really suppress him into the latrine pit. Fuck, what are you screaming for? Your uncle has already retired a step ahead of you. Now it's your turn. Li Heishui kicked him. Plop. Jiang Yichen fell into the latrine pit. His entire body was covered in dirt, and he immediately screamed miserably. He did not suffer any injuries, but his heart was torn and his lungs were torn. The veins on his forehead were jumping. You really are a flower in a greenhouse. Back then, your ancestor, Hung Yu Great Emperor, dared to go to the absolute beginning Forbidden Land, to forge the sacred furnace, and eliminate a supreme existence comparable to the Great Emperor. You just fell into a latrine pit, so what? If you really fell into the absolute beginning ancient mine, wouldn't you be scared to death? The Black Emperor stood up and scolded. It was obvious that he was standing up and talking. Come in and try. Jiang Yichen was about to go crazy. He almost vomited his stomach as he cursed loudly. Don't talk nonsense with him. Hurry up and suppress him, Lu Ko said. Yi Fan cut a stone tablet and threw it into the latrine pit. He said, cultivate well here. If you can come out alive after 500 years, you will achieve enlightenment. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Jiang Yichen shouted. However, he was smashed down by the stone tablet and sealed at the bottom of the latrine pit. This brat won't die from anger, right? Can he survive 500 years? There is no spirit energy here. Why think so far ahead? This birdman should be suppressed in the latrine pit. Why don't we make a treasure map, divide it into several halves and throw it out? Maybe someone will find this place after 80 to 100 years. Too evil. The few of them discussed as they left. It was a pity that Jiang Yichen began a long period of cultivation. No one knew when he would see the light of day again. Along the way, Yi Fan wanted to muddy the waters. In a dilapidated ancient town, he found an ancient imprint of the human world. He left behind a divine source and asked them to kill him. Half a month later, a piece of news spread. The #1 heir of the gold family of the North Plains, Jin Qishao, had been assassinated and was severely wounded. This brat's cultivation level is frightening. Even the king seed of the human world failed? Li Heishui and the others were shocked. The golden blood of an ancient king flows in his body. How can he be ordinary? His strength is definitely terrifying. The large black dog said. Yi Fan nodded. In that bloody battle that night, Jin Qishao had transformed into an immortal in the Dao Palace. He was definitely not weaker than the Holy Sons. It could be imagined how powerful his original body was. At this moment, they were in an oasis with a circumference of 8,000 miles. It was full of vitality. There were primitive mountain ranges everywhere, like dragons and snakes standing side by side. It was very peaceful. It is said that the old bastard lives in this oasis. No one would dare to come here and make trouble, Wu Zhongtian said. The old bastard was a legend. He was the greatest bandit of the North region. No one knew his true appearance, and no one knew how old he had lived. All the Holy Lands were afraid of him. Big brother, what is a hermit? Little Nan Nan asked. We are going to be hermits. Yi Fan smiled and patted his head. He had set up an ultimate killing formation. Blood flowed like a river in one night, and so many elites had been killed. It was impossible for him to move around again. How many years do we have to live in seclusion? Li Heishui asked him. Probably Divine Lord Tier. Yi Fan smiled. Divine Lord Tier. The others sucked in a breath of cold air. If that was the case, all the Divine Lords would not dare to make a move against him. Even if they knew that he had the myriad Chi Cauldron, they would definitely keep their distance. A Divine Lord Tier Divine Lord would definitely be able to defeat all the Divine Lords. No one would dare to touch him. At that cultivation level, there would probably not be many who would dare to come out and suppress him. Little Nan is a hermit. Dog, you have to be a hermit too. Don't bite people anymore. Little Nan Nan was slightly afraid of the large black dog. At this moment, they had come to a beautiful mountain range. The peaks were green and the valleys were green. Spirit springs gurgled, and ancient trees towered into the sky. It was very suitable for living in seclusion. Aren't you going to participate in the Jade Pool Grand Meeting? The people who should go are almost all here. It is about to start. That's right. It would really be a pity if I don't go, Lu Ko and the others said. If I go, there will most likely be Divine Lords who will secretly make a move against me. I have killed so many people, and they were all elites from the Supreme Sections. There were 5 half-step grade elites and 2 Holy Sons. Yi Fan said with a smile, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth. The others all laughed. If Yi Fan was going to participate in the Jade Pool Grand Meeting, it would definitely cause a great battle. He might even kill 1 or 2 Holy Sons. It is a pity that I won't be able to eat the Queen Mother's heavenly peaches. The large black dog said regretfully. Yi Fan was going to live in seclusion here. Li Heishui and the others prepared to leave. They would follow their seniors to the Jade Pool Grand Meeting. All the elites of the world would be there, and they wanted to go and broaden their horizons. That day, a graceful and beautiful figure came to visit. She appeared in this mountain range. Her white robes fluttered in the wind, and she was untainted by a speck of dust. She was like a celestial maiden of the moon that had flown over, and she was otherworldly. They had never thought that the Jade Lake Holy Maiden would actually come to this place and personally invite Yi Fan to come out of seclusion. Don't worry. After entering the Jade Pool, no one will dare to harm you. The Jade Pool will definitely protect you. The Jade Lake Holy Maiden's voice was as pleasant as the sounds of nature. Apart from Yi Fan, no one could see her true appearance. She was enshrouded by a hazy mist, and she appeared otherworldly and graceful like a celestial maiden. Can I eat the heavenly peaches? The large black dog asked as he stuck out his large tongue. The fruits in the heavenly peach garden have all ripened. Those who participate in the grand meeting will all be able to enjoy them. The Jade Lake Holy Maiden smiled. I'm not talking about those spirit peaches. I'm talking about the real ancient heavenly peach tree. It's about time for it to bear fruits. The large black dog's eyes were burning with desire. The Jade Lake Holy Maiden was astonished, but she didn't reveal it. She looked at Yi Fan and said, Brother Yi, no matter what, you have to make a trip to the Jade Pool. She had invited him sincerely. The origin technique ancient clans, and the descendants of the reclusive king of Source, had all been invited to the Jade Pool. The stone king left behind by the Queen Mother of the West, and the strange stone left behind by the Yuan Taoist master, could no longer be sealed. They needed top-notch origin techniques to seal them. How did you find this place? Please forgive me, Brother Yi. I was afraid that you wouldn't come, so I left a mark in the invitation so that I could find you. The Jade Lake Holy Maiden said apologetically. Little Yi, let's go. There are no more problems this time. Let's go to the Jade Pool Grand Meeting together, Li Heishui said. In the end, Yi Fan stepped onto the path to the Jade Pool. He traveled with them, and the Jade Lake Holy Maiden personally accompanied him. The Jade Pool Pure Land was enshrouded in mist, and the scenery was beautiful. It was like a celestial land. Experts from all over the world had arrived long ago. It was a grand meeting worthy of its name. Not to mention the peerless figures who had been famous for a long time. The younger generation was also extremely strong. The Alcade Saint, the divine king physique of the Ji family, the Purple Mansion Holy Maiden. Almost all the saints and saintesses of the younger generation in the Eastern Barren Territory had arrived. In addition, there were also young talents like Wang Chongxiao, Yi Huiling, the Gemini King, and the Yuhua King. It was a gathering of heroes. The saint is here. Yi Fan's appearance caused a commotion. He killed so many experts and 2 sons of the great sage in one night. I can't believe he still dares to attend the Jade Pool Grand Meeting. Many people were astonished. Recently, Yi Fan had stirred up a lot of trouble. He was definitely the focus of everyone's attention. His appearance naturally caused a storm. The Jade Lake Holy Maiden went to welcome him in person to invite him here. He's really arrogant. A young man from an origin technique ancient clan said. The Jade Pool Grand Meeting won't be peaceful this time. Little Yi, you have to be careful, Li Heishui reminded him. On the day they arrived, there was a roar of wind and thunder in the Jade Pool deity land. Some peerless cultivators were chasing a beam of golden light. A sacred battle ape. Yi Fan was dazed. That monkey went to the peach garden to steal peaches. Someone shouted. It's really not peaceful this time. Is there something special in the King of Stones? Even a sacred battle ape is here. Yi Fan muttered to himself. The Jade Pool Grand Meeting was really grand. It hadn't started yet, but many strange people had already come to this pure land. Experts from all over the world had gathered. The Alcade Saint, the Divine King Physique Jin Qishao, the Gemini King, the Yuhua King, the Purple Mansion Holy Maiden, the Jade Lake Holy Maiden, and Yi Fan had become the focus of people's discussion. Without a doubt, these people were the most powerful young cultivators. When they gathered together, there would most likely be some dazzling sparks. In addition, the competition of origin techniques would definitely be a highlight. The most ancient origin technique ancient clans were all here. Everyone was looking forward to it. Chapter 517. The Jade Lake was extremely beautiful and majestic. The sacred mountains were majestic, and the peaks were ethereal. It was as if one had walked into a celestial realm, making one feel lost and intoxicated. Spirit herbs grew along the cliffs, and auspicious beasts lurked in the mountains. There was both celestial chi and wondrous scenery. It was magnificent. This was the famous divine land of the Eastern Barren Territory, so there was naturally a lot of dragon chi lingering around. The purple chi was luxurious, and there were no less than 10,000 strands. Celestial mist hung in the air, forming a huge dragon. Yifan's residence was very elegant and quiet. It was located in a purple bamboo forest, and there was a clear lake outside the house. It was peaceful and quiet. The purple bamboo was like jade, and there were spirit herbs growing in the forest. They were not very dense, and a few could be seen occasionally. Upon closer inspection, they were several hundred years old, and there were even ancient herbs that were more than 1,000 years old. The large black dog started to wander around as soon as he arrived. He looked around, saying that he was taking little Nan Nan to enjoy the scenery, but only heaven knew what he wanted to do. This damn dog is obviously up to no good. It's most likely going for the peach garden, Li Heishui said. After the large black dog entered the Jade Lake, he didn't stop talking. He kept beating around the bush, asking where the peach garden was. When there was no one around, he almost started to drool. The peach garden of the Jade Lake was famous throughout the world. It was a famous spirit root in the Eastern Barren Territory. A bite of a peach could prolong a mortal's life, and it was also very beneficial to cultivators. It's not an immortal godly medicine, so why is it so attractive? Jiang Huiran was doubtful. Didn't you hear that damn dog's mumbling? It wants to find the most ancient peach tree, not the spirit peaches in the celestial garden. I feel like it's at least comparable to a peerless spirit herb that's more than 10,000 years old. I remember now. My grandfather said that there is an ancient tree in the Jade Lake, and it's the most precious thing after the immortal godly medicine, Wu Zhongtian said. What? Close to the immortal godly medicine? What kind of spirit root is that? Lu Ko was shocked. It said that it was brought out from the ruins of God. The ruins of God was one of the 7 great forbidden areas of the Eastern Barren Territory. It was on the same level as the Immortal Mountain and the Origin Ancient Mine. It was located in the western region of the Eastern Barren Territory, and it was mysterious. It was rumored that this was a place left behind by deities. There were even records that stated that this place had an indestructible southern heavenly gate and a majestic heavenly imperial tower. It was vast and boundless, without end. That was a forbidden zone for life. It had always been a place where one could only enter but not leave. No one could explore all of its secrets. After hundreds of thousands of years, the world had changed, but the divine ruins hadn't changed at all. Between heaven and earth, there were only a few stalks of undying divine medicines, all of them able to choose their own places of residence. They could fly through the sky and escape through the earth. Right now, they all entered life-restricted areas. It was rumored that the undying peach tree was rooted in the ruins of God. It was only a meter tall, and could only bear 2 or 3 peaches of immortality in 10,000 years. More than 100,000 years ago, a sage of the Jade Pool entered the ruins of God. He narrowly escaped death and eventually came out. He didn't bring back the immortal peach tree, but he brought back a divine peach of immortality. How did the Jade Lake get its name? Everyone in the world knew that they had a spring that was famous throughout the world. All of the Holy Lands would come here to ask for water when refining medicine. It could be considered a divine spring. Especially during the primordial age, this spring was the most miraculous. The water that flowed out was comparable to the heavenly spring of life, and it had the effect of reviving the dead. After that sage returned, he buried the seed of the divine peach of immortality and watered it with the spring of the Jade Lake every day. In the end, it really sprouted. There had never been an undying divine medicine that could give birth to a second one. They were all unique. The Jade Lake created a miracle by using the spring of the Jade Lake. However, it was difficult to coexist with immortal treasures. Other than the first fruit that it bore, which was comparable to half a divine peach of immortality, all the fruits it bore in the future could not be compared. It could be called the number 1 spiritual medicine in the world, but it couldn't be called an undying divine medicine. This was because the peach of immortality could only prolong the life of a powerful cultivator for more than 1,000 years. More than 1,000 years, it can be considered a divine medicine. Jiang Huiran exclaimed. Wu Zhongtian shook his head and continued. That was before the primordial age. It definitely can't be done now. Why? Lu Ko asked. Before the primordial age, the water in the Jade Lake was close to the divine spring of life. It was watered every day, so the peach tree naturally grew vigorously. The fruits it bore also had the characteristics of a divine medicine. However, the spirituality of the spring decreased 80 to 90,000 years ago. It was no longer as effective as before. Watering it no longer had the same effect. Tens of thousands of years ago, the Jade Lake abandoned its old land for some unknown reason, and moved to this place. Even though they moved the root of the celestial lake over with a heaven-defying method, it was still greatly damaged. Wu Zhongtian's grandfather, Wu Dao, was knowledgeable and knew many secrets. He speculated that the divine spring was not as good as before. The fruits of the ancient peach tree planted beside it could only prolong one's life by 500 years at most. Yi Fan thought of the old land of the Jade Lake. In order to obtain the Western Emperor scripture, he once went there with the Black Emperor, and saw the abandoned celestial lake. There were corpses everywhere at the bottom of the lake. He still couldn't figure out what had happened. How does this damn dog know everything? There's no need to say anything else. It's definitely after the #1 spirit medicine in the world. The others were all speechless. They prayed silently that it wouldn't cause trouble. Otherwise, it would most likely be in serious trouble. An hour later, the large black dog returned with little Nan Nan on its back. It was listless and listless. Seeing it like this, the others all sighed in relief. Where did you go? Yi Fan asked. I went sightseeing and watched beauties coming out of their baths. The large black dog replied in annoyance. Damn dog, you didn't really go to peep on the celestial maidens coming out of their baths, did you? Let's go together. Lu Ko's eyes lit up. F***CK, do you think I'm as perverted as you? The large black dog became even more depressed. My dog went to steal peaches, but it was caught and chased out. Little Nan Nan said in a crisp voice. I knew you were up to no good. Don't go and cause trouble. The others all scolded it. F***CK, that damn monkey. If it hadn't acted first and alerted us, the people of the Jade Lake definitely wouldn't have been able to stop me. The large black dog was infuriated. What kind of bandit logic is that? Stealing a heavenly peach is reasonable, but why is the battling Saint Apes involved? The immortal peach tree was in the hands of the primordial king battling Saint Apes in the primordial age. That damned monkey still hasn't changed, and now he's thinking about it again. The large black dog cursed. Damned monkey doesn't dare to go to the ruins of God to find the real immortal peach tree. So he came here to join in the fun and steal business from me. Yi Fan and the others had arrived at the Jade Lake for a few days, but the event had yet to begin. It seemed like there were still some important figures who hadn't arrived yet. Apart from some special places, they were very free, and their movements were not restricted. They could look around this ancient land. Big brother, there's a monkey over there. Little Nan Nan tugged on the corner of Yi Fan's shirt. Where is there a monkey? I hate monkeys the most. I did in the past, and I still do now. The large black dog yelled. Yi Fan's eyes flashed, and he saw a golden-skinned young man standing nearby. He was very sturdy, and he seemed to be filled with strength. His eyes were bright and full of expression. Battling Saint Ape. Yi Fan's heart jolted. He used his divine eyes to see its true form. Its body was covered densely with golden fur, and it had the eyes of fire and gold. It had actually changed its appearance and snuck in. This was a ruthless fellow. As a member of the primordial king clan, although it hadn't matured yet, it was already faintly powerful enough to suppress the great elites. What was it doing here? Yi Fan was surprised to discover that a grand elder of the Jade Lake had courteously sent the monkey out. It was obvious that he had also sensed something, but he didn't surround and kill it. You recognize me? The monkey asked. At this moment, he had taken on a human form, and his voice was very young. He didn't speak the ancient language, but he could already speak the human language. Yi Fan nodded, and looked at him silently. The battling Saint Ape was something that he had cut out from a rare stone, and there was a huge karma between the two of them. Aren't you afraid that the human race will surround and kill you? The world has changed, and the primordial races are about to revive. If they surround and kill me, there will definitely be primordial kings who will destroy the holy lands in the future. They know this. The monkey was very calm. What are you doing here? At this moment, Jiang Huairan and the others also knew that this was the battling Saint Ape that had previously wreaked havoc in the Divine City. They were all indescribably astonished. I want to use the immortal peach tree of the Jade Lake to save someone. The monkey was very direct. Its eyes shone brightly as it said, I know you have a Qilin seed on you. If you give it to me, I'll return a great favor in the future. Yi Fan was moved. This monkey was not ordinary at all. His physique was special, and once he circulated a heavenly art, his sacred blood would boil. He didn't know what kind of karma this was, but he didn't want to become enemies. He hoped to make friends. Soon, they began to converse, and the atmosphere could be considered harmonious. Yi Fan tactfully expressed that he didn't have the Qilin seed, but there were other divine objects that could replace it. I've talked with the people of the Jade Lake. If I can nourish a Stone King with the blood of the Primordial King for a month, they promised to give me a peaches of immortality, the monkey said. Lu Ko and the others were speechless. The fairies of the Jade Lake were really good negotiators. Nourishing the Stone King with the blood of the Primordial King for a month was really a shocking price. In the present age, where else could one find such a pure Primordial King? Their entire body was full of treasures, and their blood was the most expensive. I need your help to nourish the blood into the Stone King, the monkey said. No problem, it's not that difficult. Yi Fan nodded. The Jade Lake really knows how to do business. I thought they were a group of fairies in white, but they're all people with blood, Jiang Huairan mumbled. Don't talk nonsense. Relatively speaking, they stand aloof from worldly affairs and surpass all the other sections. Wu Zhongtian reprimanded him, not letting him talk nonsense. All right, let's go and see the people of the Jade Lake now. The monkey nodded. The inheritor of the Yuan Taoist master and the battling sacred ape came together, and the Jade Lake was very courteous to them. Several grand elders came out to welcome them, and the Jade Lake Holy Maiden also accompanied them. This stone is very special, and it's very different from the other Stone Kings. We don't want to seal it, but we want it to give birth to life, a grand elder said. In the past, an ancient saint of the Jade Lake had left this stone behind, and it had been passed down to this day. The Jade Lake Holy Maiden was graceful and elegant, and she led the way in front. She was as ethereal as a fairy, and she exuded a boundless charm. This kind of beauty could make one's heart calm and peaceful. Several grand elders of the Jade Lake accompanied them, and they brought them to an important place of the Jade Lake, the Celestial Lake. This was where their name came from. In front of them, there was a misty mist, and the fragrance of flowers and the chirping of birds could be seen all around. It was like a mythical world, and rare birds and beasts that looked like three-legged golden crows, fire phoenixes, and kirans could be seen roaming around. As expected, that ancient heavenly peach tree has borne fruit again, the large black dog muttered excitedly. There was an ancient tree beside the Celestial Lake. It was as strong as a horned dragon, and it was dozens of meters tall. Its roots stretched into the sky, and it was rooted beside the Celestial Lake. There were a few fruits on its branches, and their fragrance could make one's pores relax. It was obvious that this was a peerless precious medicine. The undying heavenly peach tree in the ruins of God was only 1 meter tall. Even though this tree was so tall and had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, it still couldn't compare to the undying heavenly peach tree. There was a sparkling and translucent stone beneath the ancient heavenly peach tree. There were 9 holes on the stone, and it absorbed and emitted the essence of the sun and moon. It looked extremely mystical. F***ck, there's actually such a stone. The large black dog couldn't help but exclaim in shock. There were also a few people observing the stone beneath the ancient heavenly peach tree beside the Celestial Lake. Yi Fan recognized one of them. It was Ouyang Yi, who was infinitely close to becoming an Earth Source Master. It was this old bastard who had recognized him in the Divine City, and that was why he had been killed. Ouyang Yi also looked over, and there was a flicker in her eyes. It was unknown what she was thinking about, but a hint of a meaningful smile appeared on her face. Yi Fan hated people from ancient origin technique clans, so he didn't pay them any heed. Humph! The battle saint ape humphed coldly, and he immediately lashed out with a large golden hand. You actually harbor killing intent toward my friend? Are you seeking death? Chapter 518. After the sacred battle, ape turned into a human. Its skin was a faint golden color. Its body was very sturdy and powerful, and its veins protruded like dragon tendons. It gave off a powerful feeling. Although it hadn't grown up yet, its strength was shocking, and its techniques were superb. Even if all the Saint Lords were here, they might not be able to stop it. Buzz! The monkey's golden fingers were like a huge dustpan, covering a radius of 1 zhang. Golden light flowed, and it could cover the sky with one hand. Ouyangye's expression changed immediately. He had already cultivated the heavenly eye, so he could naturally see the monkey's true form. After knowing that it was from the primordial royalty, his heart pounded violently. Primordial creatures had always been associated with mountains of corpses and seas of blood. They used to be the absolute rulers of this land, and it was only because of their retreat that the human race could prosper. This was especially so for a creature like the sacred battle ape. As the royalty at the top of the pyramid, no one could say for sure how terrifying its combat strength was. However, Ouyangye couldn't just sit and wait for death. He quickly circulated the origin divine art to resist. There were many strange stones in the Jade Lake, as well as countless earth veins and dragon energy, which he could use. Rumble! The dragon energy under the ground soared into the sky, and turned into dozens of huge dragons. They connected from the depths of the earth veins to the sky, sealing the sacred battle ape together. Ouyangye was infinitely close to being an origin master, and in terms of strength, he was comparable to a half-step almighty. Pop! The monkey's hand didn't change and continued pressing forward. The faint golden fingers collapsed the void and broke the dragon energy, descending like a demonic mountain. Boom! Ouyangye's body shook violently, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Then he was grabbed by the monkey's hand, and the bones in his body creaked as if they were about to break. He almost fainted. "Ah, what are you doing?" he screamed in fear, but he couldn't struggle at all. No one knew how strong the monkey was. He was a battle saint among the primordial creatures, and his physical body was so terrifying that it made people tremble. If he cultivated to the end, he would look down on the world and be invincible. At the side, everyone was shocked by the monkey's strength. It almost squeezed a half-step almighty to death. What kind of concept was that? "Saint, please have mercy." The Grand Elder of the Jade Lake hurriedly persuaded the monkey to let go. They were the ones who invited the origin masters here, so they couldn't let him be killed. Kacha. Monkey exerted a little strength and many of Ouyangye's ribs were broken. His body was almost deformed. Then he threw him onto the ground like a dead dog and ignored him. "Who are you? How dare you act so arrogantly?" The people from the ancient Genesis Technique clan could not accept this. "Jade Pool's fairies, if you all don't suppress him, we will ask King Yuan to take action." A few of them shouted, their expressions grave and stern. No. Ouyangye stood up. Among them, he was the only one who had cultivated the heaven's eye and knew of the monkey's identity. He didn't want to stir up trouble. "Please calm down." The people of the Jade Lake tried to mediate. As the masters, they naturally wouldn't allow the monkey to attack them. "He has a strong desire to kill my friend. I'm already being merciful by not killing him," Monkey mumbled, then ignored him. What he said was the truth. According to his temperament, he would have slapped them to death already. However, he was not ignorant of the ways of the world. He didn't want to embarrass the Jade Lake too much. "Let's go." Ouyangye was filled with anger. He turned around and left the celestial pool. He didn't want to stand with the monkey anymore. "You still have the desire to kill?" The sacred battle ape's fiery golden eyes shot out 2 beams of divine light and stared at Ouyangye's back. "Little saint, don't be impatient. Don't attack anymore." The supreme elders of the Jade Lake stepped forward. They were really afraid that the monkey would start a massacre. "Brother ape, don't bother with them." Yifen also stepped forward. The monkey had attacked for him, so he naturally had to express his sincere gratitude. The ancient peach tree of immortality was 49 meters tall. A dozen people couldn't even wrap their arms around it. The old bark on the tree was like a huge dragon's scale. It was very vigorous. It had been growing for more than 100,000 years. Although the tree was very thick, it was nothing compared to its age. The ancient tree was like a horned dragon. The leaves on the tree were like jade, translucent and dazzling. There were only 3 peaches of immortality on the branches. They were hidden among the green jade leaves, and their fragrance was very fragrant. The peaches of immortality weren't very big. They looked as if they had been carved out of red agate. They were bright red and sparkling, and their fragrance was refreshing and comfortable. The large black dog was the most unbearable. He swallowed hard. If it weren't for the fact that the supreme elders were here, he would most likely have uprooted the entire ancient tree. The monkey was next in line. Although he wasn't scratching his head, he couldn't sit still anymore. It seemed like he wanted to climb up the tree. Even in the ancient era, there were only 2 or 3 sacred battle apes. The undying peach tree was in the hands of their tribe. In the past, he had eaten real peaches of immortality. The northern region that was full of vitality has actually become a barren land. Everything no longer exists. The monkey only calmed down after a long time. He sighed with emotion and said, "The undying peach tree has already flown into the ruins of God." Mist swirled around the celestial pool. Spiritual essence flowed out continuously, nourishing the entire pure land of the Jade Lake. Beneath the ancient tree, the strange stone was sparkling and translucent. It glowed with vibrant colors and swallowed the essence of the sun and moon as if it had a life of its own. Does the Jade Lake want to nurture a holy spirit? The large black dog's eyes were deep. This was the first time he had revealed such an expression. Near the strange stone, there were orchids, dragon grass and spirit ginseng. All of them were tens of thousands of years old. They glowed with brilliance, and their medicinal fragrance was alluring. Such a stone definitely had a shocking origin. Spiritual essence gushed out continuously from its 9 orifices as if it was breathing. This stone had been nourished by the essence of the sun and moon for countless years. It had indeed contained a holy embryo. The Jade Lake was aware of this, and so they did their best to nurture it, so that it could come into the world as soon as possible. Fairies of the Jade Lake, I think you are playing with fire. If a holy spirit is born, the Jade Lake will be in great trouble unless the Western Empress revives. The large black dog said solemnly, "This is a holy spirit." A supreme elder of the Jade Lake said. They were naturally aware of this, but there were some secrets that they couldn't reveal. What holy spirit? The large black dog sneered and said, "In the past a holy land did something like this, and in the end, it was annihilated. If it wasn't for Emperor Wu Shi, who killed the holy spirit, who knows what kind of calamity would have befallen them." Yi Fan's heart jolted. No wonder the large black dog looked shocked when he saw this stone. Such a major event had happened in the distant past. This stone was purified by an ancient saint long ago. In his later years, he gave a sermon to it. The supreme elder of the Jade Lake said, but she didn't continue. That's even more mysterious. It knows the ancient scriptures of the human race. The large black dog pondered. It was even more difficult for him to understand, but he couldn't say anything else. I don't care what kind of holy spirit it is. If it dares to provoke me in the future, I'll smash it to pieces with my staff. The monkey was unruly, and his words were very direct. The supreme elders of the Jade Lake were speechless, but they couldn't refute him. After all, they needed the blood essence of this monkey to nourish this stone king. Yi Fan naturally wouldn't say anything. The ancient Jade Lake had produced a great emperor before, so it was very knowledgeable. It definitely had its own considerations, so there was no reason for him to stop it. The monkey slit its wrist, and bright red blood flowed out. The blood exuded an astonishing divine light, and its life force was extremely rich. Every drop of blood was like a divine furnace, and blazing divine flames soared into the sky. Yi Fan made his move, circulating the heavenly origin divine technique, continuously drawing on the wondrous stone, engraving profound and unfathomable patterns, interweaving into a complicated diagram. Rip. After the monkey's blood dripped onto the stone, it quickly seeped into it, and was absorbed by the Stone King. It trembled slightly, and the speed at which it breathed in and out the spiritual essence of heaven and earth became even faster. The saint fetus is really going to be born soon. The large black dog's eyelids twitched, and he stumbled back a few steps. What's wrong with the dog? Don't be afraid. Little Nan Nan comforted in a soft voice. When will it be born? Yi Fan asked. If there are no accidents, it will be born in 5,000 years, the Jade Lake Holy Maiden replied softly from the side. 5,000 years? Li Heishui, Jiang Huiran, and the others exchanged a glance. This news was really shocking. A saint spirit was about to be born, and that was a supreme being. Would the Holy Lands allow it to come into the world? Obviously, the other Holy Lands already knew of this news. Otherwise, the Jade Lake wouldn't have sent them here to leak the secret. 5,000 years. We won't be able to live for that long, and we'll already be buried in the earth. However, little Yi is at his peak, and there will most likely be a battle of life and death. It's better to kill it now. Li Heishui, Lu Ko, and the others discuss with Yi Fan through their divine sense. This was too sensitive a time, and they really didn't know what would happen in the future. The large black dog sighed and said, I believe it. A great era comparable to Wu Shi's era is about to arrive. Aside from the rise of various kings, even a saint spirit that can be compared to a great emperor will be born. Moreover, the ancient royal tribe will return. If we want to walk proudly in the world in the future, it's impossible without heaven-defying battle prowess. The monkey wasn't stingy, and a considerable amount of blood flowed from his wrist. Divine light shone brilliantly, and spiritual essence flowed everywhere. Only when the people of the Jade Lake shouted for him to stop did he stop the bleeding. Brother Monkey, you're really straightforward, Jiang Huiran mumbled. I want to undergo a complete transformation. And now is the perfect time to try it. This waste blood doesn't matter. The monkey was very direct, and the people of the Jade Lake didn't know what to say. The strange stone shone brilliantly, and its 9 orifices opened up, swallowing and spitting out the essence of the sun. It absorbed all the blood that had dripped down, and its life force became much more vigorous, and it trembled continuously. Can I touch it? Little Nan Nan blinked her large eyes, and her voice was soft and hopeful. The little guy saw that the strange stone was sparkling and extremely beautiful, and she really wanted to get closer to take a look. It's fine, just touch it. A thought flashed through the large black dog's mind, and he agreed first. She stretched out her small hand, and lightly touched the strange stone with its 9 orifices and 8 orifices. The entire strange stone suddenly trembled, and it became motionless as if it had been given a fright. Yi Fan was astonished. The little girl was a divine infant. So could it be that the strange stone could sense something? A peculiar expression appeared on the large black dog's face. He was very excited and he said, touch it again. The celestial maidens of the Jade Lake were speechless. This dog was too outrageous, wasn't he? Why did he think of himself as his master? Actually, we're a family. You guys don't know, but the Jade Lake is the most impressive. It's equivalent to having 2 emperors. The large black dog dawdled, and he seemed to have accidentally said something that he shouldn't have, so he hurriedly stopped speaking. Right at this moment, divine light shone brilliantly. After little Nan Nan's small hand pressed onto the stone, brilliant light suddenly flowed, and a boundless divine splendor surged forth. Quick, make her stop. The Grand Elder of the Jade Lake was astonished, and wanted to stop her. Yet he was pushed away by the divine light. At this moment, the strange stone with its 9 orifices and 8 orifices was gushing out spiritual essence, which flowed into little Nan Nan's arm. Chapter 519. The celestial pond was overflowing with spiritual chi. Nearby, there was the fragrance of orchid ganoderma, dragon grass, shellfish and ginseng. 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs were everywhere. 3-legged golden ravens, divine phoenixes and cheilants roamed about. It was like a mythical world. The 9-orifice strange stone trembled slightly and shone brightly. Like strands of silk, it connected to little Nan Nan's delicate arm. Spiritual essence flowed and seeped into her arm. The Grand Elders of the Jade Lake were anxious. They wanted to stop her, but they were all pushed out by a colorful light. They couldn't get close at all. Everyone was anxious. Stop her. Don't let anything happen to the Stone King. They shouted and moved together. Colorful lights flew out from their palms and fingers. They wanted to pull little Nan Nan away and save the Stone King from danger. Nan Nan, are you okay? Yi Fan was very worried. He hurried forward and touched the colorful light, but he was also pushed out and couldn't get close. It bit me. Little Nan Nan pouted. Her eyes were clear and bright, and her eyelashes were trembling. Does it hurt? Are you hurt anywhere? Li Heishui also asked with concern. The 9-orifice Stone King shone brightly and trembled continuously. Its spiritual essence gushed into the little girl's arm and covered her with a layer of brilliant light. She looked like a porcelain doll that could glow. My palm hurts a little. It bit me and didn't let go. Little Nan Nan was very innocent. She wrinkled her delicate nose. As long as you're not hurt, nothing can happen to you, Wu Zhongtian said. The people of the Jade Lake were speechless. They were a bit angry. The Stone King was releasing its spiritual essence, but these guys were still worried about this little girl. Do you have a way to make her let go? A Grand Elder asked. Little girl, can you stay away from the strange stone? Come back quickly, or you'll be in danger. The Jade Lake Holy Maiden squatted down and talked to little Nan Nan patiently. It'll be a disaster sooner or later. I might as well suck it dry. The big black dog bared his teeth excitedly. He wanted nothing more than for little Nan Nan to suck the Stone King's spiritual essence dry. Stupid dog, don't talk nonsense. Yi Fan glared at him, and then told little Nan Nan to step back. Otherwise they probably wouldn't be able to leave the Jade Lake. Nan Nan also wanted to retreat, but it bit my palm. Little Nan Nan pouted and used all her strength to retreat. However, her little hand was stuck to it. What should we do now? Jade Pool's people were anxious. There were people who wanted to invite Western Queen Mother, to the extent where they even had to bring over a strand of extreme Dao Holy Might. Upon hearing that they were going to use their extreme Dao Saint tool, the large black dog shuddered involuntarily. He jumped up and said that he had a way, and he stepped forward to give little Nan some pointers. Close your eyes and imagine yourself as a god omnipotent, floating in the air. Are you stalling for time? The Jade Lake Holy Daughter was very intelligent, and she looked at the large black dog with displeasure. Wisps of divine light shot out of her eyes. No, I'm using a spiritual guidance technique to make her relax. Otherwise, even if the Queen Mother of the West comes, she won't be able to separate them, the large black dog said confidently. You are a divinity, gazing down at the ancient earth. The mountains and rivers are majestic. All living things were born. Everything was under your feet. You flew towards the immortal realms. The large black dog continued to ramble on and on like an old sorcerer. There was no end to his rambling. Although the women of the Jade Lake were all good-tempered, their foreheads were filled with black lines, and they wanted to stomp on his large black face a few times. What are you talking about? One of the Grand Elders couldn't stand it anymore, and he prepared to draw out the great Tao contained within the Jade Lake to draw over a strand of extreme Tao Holy Might. Swoosh! However, right at this moment, little Nan's hand loosened, and she floated up into the air, slowly distancing herself from the 9 orifices strange stone, no longer absorbing its essence. The little girl was very serious and meticulous, and she did everything according to the Black Emperor's instructions. She closed her eyes and slowly imagined those scenes. Colorful light flowed all over her body, and she looked just like a little fairy. Every inch of her skin was glowing, and it was as translucent as 7-colored glass. It was flawless, and there was actually a holy aura permeating the air, purifying one's soul. Is it really possible? The large black dog mumbled. Hearing this, everyone wanted to stomp on him, especially the beautiful fairies of the Jade Lake, and they all glared at him angrily. What I mean is, I've never tried this kind of ancient guidance technique before, and I never thought that it would actually work, the large black dog hurriedly explained, afraid that he would anger these fairies. Swoosh! The 9 orifices Stone King broke free, and like a frightened old rabbit, it turned into a streak of divine light with a whoosh, and disappeared into the celestial pond, unwilling to come out again. It's really become a spirit, and it can even run away by itself. Lu Ko exclaimed. All Stone Kings could fly in the sky and tunnel underground, and they already had their own spiritual sense, which was even more terrifying than many powerful cultivators, let alone this 9 orifices strange stone that was about to give birth to a holy spirit. Swoosh! Little Nan was meticulous, and she was still earnestly comprehending those scenes. Unexpectedly, she suddenly soared into the sky, releasing a boundless multicolored light. She's ascending, the large black dog exclaimed. Everyone was astonished, especially Yi Fan, Li Heishui, and the others. Normally, the little girl couldn't fly at all, but now, not only was she floating in the air, but she was also soaring into the sky. This was truly astonishing. She really is like a celestial. The people of the Jade Pool were all in a daze. At this moment, little Nan was enveloped by celestial light, and it was as if she was ascending into the sky. She actually opened up a passageway, and it was as if she was going to enter a mysterious world. Boom! Suddenly, a wisp of supreme celestial might descended, and it was as if the 9 heavens were pressing down. Everyone was unable to move, and their minds were filled with shock. Aya! Little Nan cried out in alarm, and fell down. She could no longer fly, and facing the high altitude, her large eyes were filled with fear. Golden blood qi surged all over Yi Fan's body, and he barely managed to summon the all-life source cauldron. Wisps after wisps of source qi descended, protecting him. Swoosh! It was as if he was carrying millions of mountains on his back, and he flew into the sky with great difficulty. He caught the falling little Nan, and then retreated. It was just a short distance, but he felt an incomparably terrifying pressure. If it wasn't for the fact that his physical body was powerful, and the source qi descended, it was almost impossible for him to fly. West Emperor Pagoda, Wu Zhongtian, Jiang Huairan, Lu Ko, and the others were all shocked. This must be an extreme sacred weapon forged from immortal tears green gold. West Emperor Pagoda, also known as Immortal Tears Pagoda. This was a wisp of supreme celestial might, and it could suppress everything. No one could contend against it, not even Saint Lords. There were only a few ancient great emperors, and naturally, there were only a few extreme sacred weapons. The Jade Pool had one, and it was forged from Immortal Tears green gold by the West Emperor, and it was famous throughout the ages. A sacred ground that had produced a supreme great emperor. And from a certain perspective, it was indeed more powerful than the other ancient inheritances. The sacred weapon left behind was enough to suppress everything. Anyone who entered this sacred ground would be enveloped by the extreme sacred weapon. Even peerless experts wouldn't dare to be presumptuous. And there was no way to break through. Normally, there was no need to activate it. The Immortal Tears Pagoda had been here for a long time, and it naturally formed a supreme great Tao that suppressed the entire heaven and earth, making it impregnable. Little Nan was blocked by the pressure of the extreme sacred weapon, and she couldn't break through the void, and she couldn't force her way through. This child, while Yi Fan and the others were shocked by the terror of the West Emperor Pagoda, the Grand Elders of the Jade Pool were all staring at little Nan, and they couldn't stop scrutinizing her. Little Nan didn't do it on purpose, it was that stone that bit me. Little Nan was slightly uneasy, and she spoke in a low voice, thinking that she had made a grave mistake. The 9-holed Stone King's foundation wasn't injured, and this made the people of the Jade Pool heave a sigh of relief. They were shocked by little Nan's identity and background, and it was obvious that she wasn't an ordinary child. The monkey's eyes were fiery, and he stared at little Nan for a long time, but he still couldn't see through her. He muttered, "Strange, is she an immortal?" Yi Fan and the others walked out of the celestial pond, and they all heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, the people of the Jade Pool were calm, and they didn't make a fuss about it. The Jade Pool will face a great calamity sooner or later, and that Stone King will most likely cause rivers of blood to flow. Once it comes to this world, it will be an existence comparable to an ancient great emperor. Who can resist it? The large black dog's expression was grave. In any case, we have nothing to do with it. 5,000 years later, all our bones will have rotted away. Jiang Huairan didn't seem to care. When Yi Fan heard this, he felt a special sense of loss for the first time. 5,000 years later, he would be at the peak of his power, but if nothing unexpected happened, all of his friends would have died long ago. Even divine lords could only live for 2,000 years, but if he could achieve great success, he could live for 10,000 years. At that time he would have to watch Li Heishui, Tu Fei, and the others die. The Jade Pool was very big, and it occupied a very large area. There were all kinds of terrains, and after passing through a spirit mountain, there was a swamp in front of them. There were a few golden lights leaping in the swamp, and there were several elders watching them. Dragon Chimera. The large black dog was surprised, and he ran over excitedly saying, "This is a treasure for refining medicine, and it's many times more precious than spirit medicines that are tens of thousands of years old. It's a priceless treasure, and there are actually 3 of them in the jade pool." The dragon chimera was only 30 centimeters long, and it looked like a dragon, but it was actually a kind of loach. Its whole body was golden, and when it leaped in the swamp, its spirit chi soared into the sky. Every drop of its blood essence was priceless. Beside the swamp, the few elders all had extraordinary appearances. When the monkey saw them, he was slightly nervous. Obviously, he saw them as an opponent that could fight to the death. One of them seems to be the Queen Mother of the West. Wu Zhongtian said softly, looking surprised. One of them was a woman who looked to be about 35 or 36 years old. She was beautiful and dignified, and her expression was peaceful. Her black hair danced in the wind, and there was a red dip between her eyebrows. Her eyes were like water, and she made people feel close to her. Indeed, she had the charm of the Queen Mother of the West. Beside her, there were 3 other elders, and each of them was extraordinary. One was wearing a golden feather robe, as if he was about to ascend to heaven and ascend to heaven. The other was wearing a purple robe, and purple aura swirled around him, making him indescribably noble. The last person was illusory, like a wisp of fog, and was imprinted in the great path of heaven and earth. Another saint physique has appeared, and it's rare. The elder wearing the golden feather robe nodded. "You are?" Yi Fan asked hesitantly. "This is an extraordinary senior from the Middle State," the Queen Mother of the West said. She was dignified and holy, and her eyes were ethereal. He was definitely an important figure, Yi Fan and the others guessed. Otherwise, the Queen Mother of the West wouldn't have reminded and introduced him like this. "Are you willing to go to the Middle State to cultivate?" the elder wearing the golden feather robe asked calmly. Yi Fan was stunned, not knowing why he said this. The Outstanding Scholar Academy is about to reopen, and this is a rare opportunity. The Queen Mother of the West smiled at the side. Outstanding Scholar Academy. Yi Fan was confused. He really hadn't heard of it before. After all, he wasn't a person of this world. On the side, Li Heishui and the others were shocked and even stuttered. Once every 10,000 years, is the Outstanding Scholar Academy going to reopen again? It's been so many years, and it's still continuing. The large black dog mumbled in shock. Only people at the level of Saint Sun can enter, and it's the divine land where king tears grow up. It reopens once every 10,000 years, and I didn't think it would come again. Wu Zhongtian's eyes shone with divine light. I heard that every time, the most powerful young elites are chosen from the Middle State, the North Plains, the West Desert, the South Mountains, and the East Wastelands. Is that true? Jiang Huairan asked. The elder wearing the golden feather robe nodded, and said, "Every holy land can only send 2 people at most, and the Middle State, the East Wastelands, and the South Mountains are all the same. Only the most powerful young elites are chosen." "Kid, accept them," the Black Emperor said secretly. "Why?" Yi Fan asked. The Outstanding Scholar Academy reopens once every 10,000 years, and it might be related to the outer realm. Great Emperor Wu Shi once mentioned the 2 words purple micro. Moreover, all the saint sons and saint daughters, as well as all kinds of king physiques, will enter. Those ancient inheritances will be chosen, and there will definitely be great benefits. You must go. Chapter 520. The Eccentric Academy reopens once every 10,000 years. I yearn for it. Yi Fan's face was full of hope. Then he suddenly changed the topic, saying, "Sai, unfortunately, I've already severed my own life, so I can't cultivate anymore." F***CK brat, you really don't want to go? The large black dog was the first to become anxious. He transmitted his voice secretly, looking disappointed. Yi Fan wanted to find a place to cultivate in seclusion, until he reached the Divine Lord tier. Now he had ancient scriptures and Emperor Saint artifacts, so there was no need for him to go there. That place is related to the outer realm, and it has karma with the Ziwei ancient star. Don't you want to go and have a look? The large black dog was anxious. Has Emperor Wu Shi gone in before? Yi Fan asked secretly. Since ancient times, how many people like Wu Shi were there? Although he didn't cultivate, it was said that he fought his way in and obtained everything he wanted, the large black dog murmured. Yi Fan ignored him. He felt a sense of danger, and he wanted to disappear from the eyes of the world for a period of time. Only when he reached the Divine Lord tier could he run amok in the world. You don't want to go to the middle state? The old man in golden feathered clothes was surprised. The eccentric academy reopened once every 10,000 years, and it had great significance. No one was willing to refuse. The middle state, the North Plains, the West Desert, the South Mountains, and the East Wasteland. It's a pity that you don't go. The eccentric academy can't just look at the surface. The matriarch of the West reminded. Each holy land could only send 2 people. Even the everlasting empires were like this, so it could be imagined what kind of strength the candidates had to have. The weakest were the holy sons and holy daughters. The eccentric academy reopened once every 10,000 years. It could definitely be called a divine land with far-reaching influence. All kinds of ancient inheritances were willing to send their disciples there, so there must be some unknown benefits. I really want to go, but the miracle doctor of the East Wasteland said that I can only use my full strength 10 times at most, and I've already wasted 3 times, Yi Fan said. Everyone present was speechless. Li Heishui and the others didn't need to say anything. They knew his background. A strange light flashed in the eyes of the Queen Mother of the West and the 3 elders. He had attacked 3 times. First he had killed the Yin-Yang Saint, then the Purple Mansion Saint, and finally the 10,000 Beginnings Saint. This made many people seriously doubt what the Divine Doctor had said. What ancient scripture is passed down in eccentric scholar college? Jiang Huairan could not help but ask. They were all incomparably tempted. That indescribably noble elder in purple clothes was like a monarch that ruled over the world, as he said. We don't have ancient scriptures, nor do we impart profound techniques. We only impart our predecessors' comprehension. Yi Fan firmly believed that his own Tao needed to be comprehended by himself. In the end, he needed to transcend the ancient scriptures that he had learned. This was because every great sovereign had created their own Tao to become a supreme existence. One day, you might feel that the vast eastern wasteland and the boundless central prefecture aren't that big, and the extraordinary Scholar Academy might be able to open a new window for you. The illusory and misty old man said. It might be related to the outer realm. This is a rare opportunity. The large black dog transmitted his voice secretly. Yi Fan was tempted. Perhaps he could start from here on his way home, but he did not want to become the target of public criticism. Once he entered the extraordinary Scholar Academy, it would be equivalent to proving to the world that he was unharmed. At that time, there might be a supreme emperor who would jump out and kill him in secret. It was too far away, and even the old madman's deterrence would be useless. I heard that the 3 strongest people in the history of Extraordinary Scholar Academy all disappeared in the end. I wonder where they went. Li Heishui mumbled. This was no longer a secret, but the ancient inheritance did not pursue the matter, so the others were not clear about the situation, and did not know what was going on. That is a kind of opportunity. Otherwise, why would all the Holy Lands send their disciples to Extraordinary Scholar Academy when they have ancient scriptures and supreme experts? The elder in golden feathered clothes smiled. Seniors, I am very grateful for your kindness, but my body is unwell, so I cannot go and listen to your teachings. Yi Fan declined tactfully. Everyone has their own aspirations. One of the elders nodded and did not say anything more. Senior, we will definitely go when the time comes, but I am afraid that we cannot enter, Lu Ko said excitedly. You only need to defeat a holy son. The elder in purple looked dignified, but revealed a smile. Little Yezi, you have 7 chances to attack. Help each of us kill a holy son, Jiang Huairan said with a smile. The elder in purple was speechless, glanced at them indifferently, and then no longer paid attention to them. When they left this swamp, the large black dog quickly forgot about Extraordinary Scholar Academy. He looked back 3 times with every step, staring at the 3 dragon chimera. There, golden light shot into the sky, and spiritual chi overflowed. Dog, don't drool. Little Nan Nan patted him lightly. If you dare to disturb the dragon chimera, I will suppress you in the North Pole Sea for 2,000 years. The voice of the Queen Mother of the West of the Jade Pool came. It was very peaceful, but it made the large black dog tremble. I miss it. When I came before, I even ate one, he murmured in an inaudible voice. They passed through a hill, far away from the swamp, and Li Heishui said, Little Yezi, are you really not going? There are definitely great benefits there. Otherwise, all the holy sons and holy daughters, as well as the various king physiques, will definitely not go there. The strongest of the young generation of the 5 big regions will gather. This will be a grand event, and it will be a pity to miss it. It only happens once in 10,000 years, Wu Zhongtian also said. Jiang Huairan said, I still want to see you show off your power there. Defeat all the sons of the great sage, suppress all the kings, and be invincible in the 5 regions. How glorious will that be? We will also be proud. That's right. At that time, I can also tease the holy daughter of the eastern wilderness, the beautiful princess of the central prefecture, and the female bodhisattva of the western desert. How happy and carefree life will that be? Lu Ko laughed strangely. Yi Fan smiled and shook his head. If he was too idealistic, it would only lead to tragedy. If he went, there would definitely be danger at every step, and even his smile would be stained with blood. Who knew how many people would die in battle? I dare say that Brat Pang Bo will definitely go to the eccentric academy. Maybe he will be waiting for you there, Li Heishui said. He should thank me for giving him such a great opportunity. I will directly send him to his destination. The large black dog's skin was so thick that it could block knives and swords. But as soon as he said this, Li Heishui, Jiang Huairan, and Lu Ko punched him together, extremely angry. Tu Fei was their best friend, and he was lost by this damn dog. The northern plains is so big. I really don't know how he will come back. Grandpa Tu Tian said that if he relied on himself, it would take him at least 20 years to fly back. The large black dog felt guilty and didn't dare to mention this again. Dog, when will you find brother Tu Fei? Didn't you say that you can consider crossing the void to pick him up? Little Nan Nan said softly. The time is not ripe yet. The chessboard formation left by the Void Emperor is strange, and it is very difficult to deduce the coordinates. I am afraid that if I am not careful, I will make a mistake and fall on Mount Meru. Brother Monkey, when the time comes, come with us to the eccentric academy. If Little Yi doesn't go, it will be really boring for us to travel alone. Jiang Huairan wanted to rope in this big helper. I don't have time. I want to go to the ruins of God to find the immortal peach tree of my race. The monkey had been thinking about this matter. The few of them sucked in a cold breath. The ruins of God was too strange. Even the ancient saints couldn't come out after entering. This monkey was too bold. Brother Monkey, this is too dangerous. Yi Fan advised. If you want to save him, I can give you a holy fruit. When they came to a place where there was no one, Yi Fan took out a fruit shaped like a small cauldron, and handed it to the monkey. The immortal divine medicine of the divine silkworm race. The monkey was shocked, and a sharp light shot out of his golden eyes. The 9 transformations of the divine silkworm race could transform into a supreme king of the immemorial era, invincible in this world. It was said by the Yuan Taoist master, and now everyone knew about it. You know it. Of course. The monkey's eyes shone with golden light. The immortal divine medicine of the divine silkworm race was known as the immortal medicine of 9 wonders. It would only mature once every thousands or even tens of thousands of years. There were many transformations, and every time it matured it would be different. There was a total of 9 different kinds of fruits that grew in cycles. After listening to the monkey's explanation, Yi Fan finally understood why the immortal divine medicine of the ancient desolate forbidden grounds would produce 9 different kinds of holy fruits. It turned out that it was known as the immortal medicine of 9 wonders, and it had 9 different forms to begin with. Could it be that each of the few great races of the immemorial era has a type of immortal divine medicine? Yi Fan asked. The monkey nodded and said, That's almost the case. Before the immemorial era, those few kinds of immortal divine medicine all had owners. Later on, they should have fallen into the hands of the great human emperor, and later on, they flew into the 7 great forbidden zones. What's the immortal divine medicine of great Emperor Wu Shi? It seems like it's still in the Purple Mountain and hasn't flown away, right? Yi Fan asked the Black Emperor. Immortal Divine Phoenix Medicine. The Black Emperor unconsciously spat out these words, and then immediately shut his mouth. This damn dog really knows a lot. Li Heishui mumbled. It seems like there's nothing it doesn't know, Jiang Huairan also said. It's actually this kind of divine medicine. It's one of the best. Even the monkey was shocked, and his eyes were extremely fervent. F***ck, I knew monkeys weren't good people. The large black dog muttered in an almost inaudible voice. Is the immortal divine phoenix medicine very special? Yi Fan asked. Of course. It can allow one to be reborn, and its medicinal effects are one of the best among the few immortal divine medicines. It's not as simple as extending one's lifespan. The monkey ignored the large black dog's disrespect. Do you have a brother who also survived? The large black dog gnashed his teeth. No. When the great calamity descended, it seemed like only one uncle was far away in the western desert. I don't know if he's alive or dead. The monkey sighed. In the ancient era, there had always been only 2 or 3 battle-sacred apes. However, their bloodline was extremely powerful, and they could intermarry with other races to continue the sacred ape bloodline. The ancient king is about to revive. I must find the immortal immortality peach tree. Otherwise, it might fall into the hands of other races. The monkey murmured to himself. After they revive, will they try to snatch the immortal divine medicine? Yi Fan and the others were all shocked. That's most likely the case. After all, it belonged to them in the past. Now they naturally want to regain control of it. The monkey nodded. However, he also explained that the ancient era races weren't all vicious and evil. Killing innocents was something that only a few races did, and they weren't at odds with the human race. In the ancient era, there were humans as well, but they were few in number. They looked weak, but there were also invincible beings among them. The monkey revealed this piece of information. What? There were humans even in the ancient era. They were all stunned. Brother Monkey, what exactly happened in the ancient era? Why does it seem like the vitality of the earth was extinguished once? Also, what's going on with the ancient origin mine, ruins of God, Undying Mountain, and Immortal Mausoleum? The monkey was undoubtedly a living fossil. When they thought of these questions, they were extremely anxious. They couldn't wait to find out the truth. Chapter 521. The humans of the Archaic era were very mysterious. Their numbers were few and they rarely interacted with other races. However, there were indeed invincible existences among them. The monkey seemed to have sunk into an ancient memory. He slowly spoke about the past events of the Archaic era, attracting everyone's attention. Among the creatures of the Archaic era, only those who had reached the extreme realm could take on a human form. This form represented invincibility, and was the typical characteristic of kings. All kinds of creatures would bow down and worship them whenever they encountered them. However, the inexplicable appearance of the human race broke this norm. They were born like this, and this shocked all the races. At first, the other races were all terrified after seeing so many humanoid creatures. Later on, they found out that this race was incomparably weak and gradually felt relieved. Some of the ancient races were furious, thinking that this was a humiliation to the archaic kings. They almost wiped out the entire human race. However, not all the creatures of the Archaic era were vicious and evil. They could distinguish right from wrong. Some powerful races appeared to protect the human race, and only then did they continue to exist. During the long years, the Great Earth naturally couldn't avoid countless battles. All kinds of creatures could be drawn into it, and the human race was no exception. They were extremely rare and weak, but they had the space to grow. A supreme existence that could contend against the 9 transformations divine silkworm had appeared, shocking all the races of the Archaic era. Only then did the human race have a place in the world. They were no longer the prey of other races. Can you be more specific? For example, what techniques do they have? How do they cultivate them? How did they appear? Wu Zhongtian asked. Before the Great Calamity, I was too young and my knowledge was limited. I only knew some simple things. The monkey sighed. He was from the archaic royal race, But because he was too young, his understanding of that era was extremely limited. When the Great Calamity arrived, he was mysteriously sealed and slept for millions of years. The origins of the human race are mysterious. They should have come from the outer realms. The monkey spoke of some past events he knew. Their techniques are very primitive, but their power is extraordinary. The true sun's secret art could imitate the extreme yang of heaven and earth and create the innate world. It was extremely powerful and could be said to be extremely terrifying. It was an ancient holy art of the human race. As expected, Li Heishui sighed. He had obtained a black beast bone from the mountain range where the holy cliff was located. On it was recorded an incomplete technique of the true sun secret art. At that time, they had even discussed it. The true sun chant was one of the most ancient saint arts of the human race. Even the ancient emperors had studied it before and received inspiration from it. When they created the ancient scriptures, they needed to derive all kinds of arts and techniques. The true crescent yin incantation imitated the extreme yin of heaven and earth. It was the opposite of the true sun incantation, and could be said to be the most powerful of the extreme yin. It was also a holy art of the primordial humans, and even now, it was considered an ancient scripture. The human race is extremely mysterious, their numbers extremely few. Who would have thought that after endless years, they would become so prosperous, suppressing all other races? The monkey sighed. He really didn't know much about the primeval age. He didn't even know much about the bloodline of the sacred battle apes. He only remembered that his father had died and his uncle had gone to the western desert. Yi Fan and the others speculated that the great calamity of the primordial era was probably because the world had changed and was no longer suitable for living beings to live in. The path of cultivation had been severed, which was why there was a great extinction. However, after hearing that, the monkey shook its head and said, "The ancient prophecy came true." Only then did the ancient races retreat. At that time the monkey was still a child. It was impossible for him to come into contact with the highest secrets. He only knew bits and pieces. The reason why he could grow to where he was now was because he had awakened long ago in the strange stone of the immortal tomb. He had cultivated for many years, and only had such achievements now. Then he was cut out by Yi Fan. When the primordial royalty cultivated to the extreme realm and took human form, they would be honored as emperors. This was the first time Yi Fan and the others had heard of it. In the past, they had always been referred to as the primordial kings. Before the ancient emperors died, they were like gods. They could see through the past and the future and left behind some prophecies. Later on, all of them were confirmed to be true. The monkey didn't say much about these. He didn't understand them, and couldn't explain the truth of the great calamity of the primordial era. Yi Fan and the others felt regretful. This was an ancient mystery. Even this living fossil couldn't understand it, so who else could know? Some of the primordial races were sealed, and some should have gone to the outer realm. The monkey shook its head and didn't want to say anything more. Are there immortals or not? Li Heishui suddenly asked. The few of them quieted down. They all wanted to know the answer. There should be. My father was an invincible emperor. It's a pity that when I was born his lifespan dried up and he died not long after. When the monkey wasn't even 3 years old, his father, the sacred emperor who shook the primordial era, died. Other than the inheritance of his race, he didn't leave anything for him. However, he remembered the words of the ancient emperor. In the most ancient era, there should have been immortals, but they couldn't be seen in the future. The few of them were lost in thought. Even the monkey's father, an invincible emperor of the primordial era, said that it had to be traced back to the most ancient era. What kind of period was that so-called most ancient era? What had happened in the past? What kind of past events were there? Forbidden ancient land, undying mountain, ruins of God, ancient origin mine, immortal mausoleum, these places. Yi Fan and the others mentioned the 7 great forbidden zones. There weren't so many forbidden zones in the primordial era. There should be a few less. The monkey said. Forbidden ancient land and undying mountain had never been heard of in the primordial era. The monkey speculated that those should be terrifying forbidden zones that were formed later on, comparable to the danger zones of the past, or even surpassing them. Ancient origin mine. That was the supreme holy land of the primordial races. In the ancient era that had passed away, only the unparalleled primordial emperors could enter. The emperors of the primordial creatures were very difficult to form. Just like the great human emperors, there weren't many since ancient times. The members of the great primordial royal races, once they succeeded, their strength would indeed be extremely powerful, but they would still be a bit weaker than emperors. It was incredibly difficult to become emperors. You don't know what's an ancient origin mine? Jiang Huairan was shocked. In the ancient era that had passed away, only a few ancient emperors and the masters of a few great royal races had entered. The monkey was regretful. The battling sacred ape race is most likely only left with you. You are the master of the sacred ape race, so won't you be able to enter in the future? Li Heishui asked. So many years have passed. According to what you guys said, it has already evolved into one of the 7 great forbidden zones. If one doesn't become an emperor, he will definitely die if he enters. The monkey shook his head. He still has an uncle in the western desert. The large black dog grinded his teeth, muttering. The immortal tomb is rumored to be the tomb of a few immortals. It is vast and boundless, not a single blade of grass growing. A land of blood stretching for tens of thousands of li. In the archaic era, it was a forbidden zone. The emperors of the archaic era had previously said that this was a land where immortals were buried. They couldn't approach it, or else they would undoubtedly die. It was the most dangerous region under the heavens. Now, after endless years passed, there was finally a bit of life force there. Quite a few exceptional spiritual medicines grew in the land of blood, but unfortunately, no one dared to pluck them. It was because it was difficult for even the ancient sages to come out after entering and devour the lives of others. However, there were also emperors who said that what you hear is false, and what you see is true. If you haven't seen an immortal, then there are no immortals. The monkey added. The emperors of the archaic era were extremely terrifying, unrivaled in the world. There weren't many who could contend against them. There were countless races, billions of creatures, but in the endless years, there were only a few individuals. It was to the extent where there were even fewer than the great emperors of the human race. Their opinions weren't the same either, their understanding of immortals greatly different. The ruins of God are rumored to have fallen from another world. The monkey's words shocked everyone. The history of the ruins of God was extremely ancient, and it was impossible to trace it back. Even the most ancient emperors of the archaic races couldn't deduce its age. The ruins of God are so ancient? Even the large black dog sucked in a breath of cold air. In the ruins of God, there were indeed shocking historical remains like the southern heavenly gate and the heavenly palace. They had stood for millions of years without dying, and were not something that could be preserved by humans. Could there really be a vast and mysterious celestial realm? Yi Fan frowned. In his eyes, the cultivators of this world were comparable to the celestials of legends and myths. If there was another mysterious world, he really didn't know what kind of people there were. However, he had always been suspicious, and didn't believe that celestials really existed. The great emperors of ancient times were already at the limit of cultivation. Although he had seen 9 dragons pulling a coffin, those were most likely flood dragons of the saint level, and not celestial spirits. I've never heard of the celestial realm, but I've heard my old father mention the word celestial realm. The monkey said slowly. The monkey's old father had lived for a frighteningly long time. As an ancient emperor, his achievements were profound, and he could be said to be one of the most powerful beings in all of history. His lifespan was reaching its end, and he had a son in his later years. On his deathbed, he had once talked about the celestial realm, saying that it most likely existed, but that was his regret, as he could not enter it while he was still alive. My little uncle said that my father was born at the wrong time, or else he would have had a sliver of a chance. Unfortunately, the heaven and earth underwent a great change, and he had no fate with the celestial realm, so he couldn't divine it. The monkey's father could only sigh in the end, feeling incredibly lonely, because even in the end, he couldn't personally verify his own guess. The ancient emperors believed that the ruins of God didn't belong to this world, and that it should have fallen from a mysterious place. The opinions of these people were known by all races. The southern heavenly gate and the heavenly palace have never been destroyed since ancient times. There are tens of thousands of streaks of golden light over there, and thousands of strands of auspicious aura spew out purple mist. The large black dog muttered to himself, his eyes extremely deep. Is there really a celestial realm? That's not very possible. Li Heishui and the others frowned. It fell from another world. Could there really be celestials? Wu Zhongtian muttered to himself. His grandfather was extremely knowledgeable, and had made many deductions in the past. Big brother, what are celestials? Little Nan Nan tugged on the corner of Yi Fan's clothes, and asked innocently with an expression of hope. Yi Fan patted her head and said, they are an illusory and intangible existence. Perhaps they have never appeared before, and even if they did, they wouldn't exist in this world. Oh! Little Nan Nan nodded, not really understanding. Undying Mountain. It sounds a little familiar, but this ancient mountain didn't exist in the ancient era. The monkey frowned, and talked about another forbidden land. Think carefully again. What kind of place was the Undying Mountain in the ancient era? The large black dog asked. Emperor Wu Shi and the merciless emperor had both entered the Undying Mountain, and they had left behind indelible marks under the ancient comprehension tea tree. The large black dog wanted to know more. I really haven't heard of the Undying Mountain, but in the legends of the ancient era, there was an undying heavenly emperor. The monkey pondered for a long time, and finally thought of such an almost illusory figure. However, he couldn't confirm whether he had ever existed or not. The undying heavenly emperor dares to use such a name? Even the large black dog was shocked. The first master of the undying divine phoenix medicine is said to be the undying heavenly emperor. According to the legends, he has almost surpassed the immortals, and many people don't believe that he has ever existed. The monkey shook his head. Chapter 522. Undying Heavenly Emperor. Legend has it that he almost surpassed deities. Not even the archaic races were sure if he had ever existed, so one could imagine just how miraculous he was. Was Undying Mountain truly something he evolved? This wasn't too likely. He had already died during the archaic years, so there was no way he could have lived until the future. Immortals were illusory, and even archaic emperors couldn't live forever. There was a time when they passed away. The monkey's old father was like this. After experiencing endless years, his age was terrifyingly ancient, terrifying to the extreme. Yet he still couldn't live forever. Undying Taoist. Yi Fan thought of the Undying Taoist on the sacred cliff. That cliff was cut off from Undying Mountain. And the death of the great completion divine physique might very well be related to it. Later on, he was suppressed by great Emperor Wu Shi with the divine seal. From this, it wasn't hard to see how terrifying the Undying Taoist was. He was definitely an unmatched existence that could contend against ancient great emperors. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have such accomplishments. Undying Heavenly Emperor definitely isn't him. If he truly existed, then he would be an expert that almost surpassed deities. The monkey said. After hearing everything about the sacred cliff, he came to this conclusion. His words were full of praise for the Undying Heavenly Emperor. He is a deity in the hearts of countless archaic races. No one in the heavens above or earth below could defeat him. The monkey said with a sigh. His old father was an archaic emperor. After experiencing endless years, he intimidated the entire archaic years. Yet he still died in front of him, his lifespan drying up. He personally saw the fall of a generation's emperor of fighting. Even though he knew that his old father was world-shaking and unmatched, he still believed that the Undying Heavenly Emperor was a bit stronger. It was because this was the deity in the archaic race's hearts. It was too illusory, and no one could confirm whether or not he existed. He was completely regarded as a legend by the people, almost needing to be worshipped. It is most likely that there was someone who incomparably revered the Undying Heavenly Emperor, and that is why they named Undying Mountain like this. The existence that resided there might have a bit of relationship with him, perhaps obtaining his inheritance. The monkey said. What a pity, what a pity. Emperor of fighting, Undying Heavenly Emperor. These types of grand existences couldn't become immortals either, dying in the passage of time. Wasn't it the same for the ancient emperors of the human race? In the end, Didn't they all fall one after another? Emperor Vicious was so amazing and terrifying. He looked down on the world and was invincible. In the end, he even gave birth to a divine fetus and lived longer than ordinary great emperors. However, he still disappeared in the river of time. That's right. How many heroes have turned to dust? Great Emperor Wu sure was the greatest throughout the ages. He stood proudly in the universe, but in the end, he was defeated by time and passed away in meditation in the Purple Mountain. No matter how great the ancient emperors and great emperors were, not a single one of them could survive. This in itself was a great sorrow. Immortals were things that people yearned for, but they couldn't touch them. How many races, how many unparalleled figures were born throughout the ages, yet none of them were able to undo the shackles of fate. Little Nan Nan tugged at the corner of Yi Fan's clothes, raised her childish little face and asked tenderly, "Big brother, what is a god?" It's also a kind of illusory existence, just like immortals. Perhaps it's a legend that was derived from the most powerful person in the ancient times after he was deified. Yi Fan replied, "Why can't we be sure if they exist?" The little fellow's eyelashes trembled. The black and white in her big eyes were distinct and incomparably pure. That's right. It's precisely because they can't be understood, and are shrouded in a mysterious veil that there are all kinds of legends and such titles. Yi Fan patted her head and said, "Perhaps immortals and gods were created like this." The theory of no immortals. The monkey's eyes were a little dim as he thought of his father again. The Emperor of Fighting was one of the most powerful existences throughout the ages. It was said that he contended with the heavens for supremacy, suppressed the sun and moon with his hands, and plucked the stars with a flick of his fingers. However, he also passed away with regret because he was an immortal. Unparalleled experts don't respect immortals, but in the end, having no faith is also a kind of sorrow. These were the monkey's father's last words. In the future, little Nan Nan believes that Big Brother is a god. Does that mean that Big Brother will evolve into a real god? Little Nan Nan blinked her big eyes and said in a whimsical manner. The large black dog mumbled something. No one heard it clearly, but Yi Fan's heart stirred. Little Nan Nan was a nascent soul. What kind of background did she have? They asked the monkey many questions. Unfortunately, he was too young back then, and his understanding was really limited. He wasn't a pure living fossil, so he couldn't provide more answers. In the past, we always referred to the primordial emperors and the royal clan as the primordial kings. Only now do we know that there's actually a difference. There are only a few primordial emperors. The forbidden ancient realm. The monkey frowned. After hearing the few of them describe the exact location, he seemed to have thought of something. This forbidden area didn't exist in the primordial age. It had evolved later. He pondered for a long time before saying, "If I'm not wrong, the mysterious primordial humans appeared there." In the primordial age, the forbidden ancient realm was extremely mysterious. It was rumored to be related to the outer realm. It was very likely that it was connected to the Ziwei ancient imperial star, and there was an ancient path hidden there. Yi Fan's heart stirred. There was indeed a 5-colored altar beneath the ancient abyss. It was definitely an ancient path in the galaxy. Could it be that it had existed for so long? The world is going to be chaotic. Without powerful strength, we won't be able to establish a foothold in the future. The kings of the human race will appear at the same time, and the Extraordinary Scholar Academy will reopen. The primordial races will return, and divine spirits will also appear. This is really a chaotic world, the large black dog mumbled. Hearing him say this, the few of them all felt pressured. In the future, the world would definitely be ruled by the strong. Ordinary cultivators would most likely not be enough. If all those races appeared, heaven knew what kind of flourishing era it would be. At that time, there might even be a shocking battle between the emperors and sovereigns. Since ancient times, there has never been 2 great emperors born in the same era. However, this time is a little mysterious. It's too long ago. In the present day, even a single saint has appeared. The few of them chatted as they walked forward, strolling in the Jade Lake Pure Land. They were not in a hurry to return to the purple bamboo forest where they resided. The Jade Lake was very vast, and there were all kinds of terrains. After passing through the hilly region, They arrived at the shore of a group of lakes with beautiful scenery. There were many lakes here, and they were like mirrors. They sparkled and reflected soft light. Every small lake was clear and translucent, and there were all kinds of strange fish and auspicious beasts in the water. Beside the lakes, the scenery was picturesque. Weeping willows were like smoke, divine trees were sparkling, and fresh flowers were blooming. Petals fell like rain, and waves of fragrance wafted through the air. There were many lakes here, and the scenery was picturesque. There were some elites of the younger generation strolling here, making friends and talking about something. Once Yi Fan and the others arrived here, they discovered a few holy maidens. Every single one of them was surrounded by some young men. They were all in the center, and they were surrounded by others. Are these people trying to steal those holy sons' women? Lu Ko asked. His eyes darted around, sweeping his gaze here and there. Don't cause trouble, Wu Zhongtian reminded. They are nothing. How can they be as fierce as little Yi? For the sake of the innate saint physique, he cultivated a second Wu Shi, and directly killed the Purple Mansion Saint. He's so fierce. They're just playing around. Why does everything have a different meaning when it comes out of your mouths? Yi Fan glared at them a few times. We are speaking the truth. Great Emperor Wu Shi is so powerful. Before becoming a god emperor, he caught an extreme saint weapon with his bare hands. Since ancient times, who has been able to do that? Jiang Huairan said. If there is a chance to cultivate such a descendant, we will snatch the child's mother even if we have to, Li Heishui said. Bad guy, names like Heishui. Your grandfather is really farsighted. He has already predicted your temperaments, Yi Fan teased. Little Yi, we are doing this for your own good. The second great emperor Wu Shi, this is the first opportunity that can be replicated. Lu Ko called out. F***CK. The large black dog was very unhappy to hear this, but in the end he nodded and said, This is a rare opportunity. It is very worth considering. If such a physique appears, I will go all out and send him to the Purple Mountain. In the future, he will be able to defeat all the kings. There was a young man in front of them. His whole body was overflowing with holy light, and every strand of his hair was sparkling. It was the Yao Guang Saint. He had awed all his peers in the Eastern Barren Territory, and he was like the sun in the sky. Beside him, there were many female disciples of the great sex, and there were also a few male disciples. Like stars surrounding the moon, they surrounded him. Brother Yi, the Yao Guang Saint looked over. Then he parted the crowd and walked over. Those beautiful women, and a few male followers all looked surprised. They were all disciples of famous sects, so they naturally knew everything that Yi Fan had done. Nowadays, he was the only person who had consecutively killed a saint. He had the power to suppress the younger generation of the Eastern Barren Territory. At present, there were no more than 5 people who could compete with him. When these people faced Yi Fan, they were all slightly nervous. This delicate and handsome youth looked harmless, but he was definitely a killing god. This was a kind of might. Now Yi Fan could faintly intimidate the majority of the younger generation of the Eastern Barren Territory, giving them a strong sense of oppression. I heard that you have also been targeted by the ancient killer god dynasty. We have become brothers in hardship, Yi Fan said with a smile. I really don't know who hired them to kill me. The Yao Guang Saint shook his head. The smile on his face did not diminish, and his whole body was exuding a golden light. Didn't they fail? They really want to destroy their own reputation. The ancient killer god dynasty is only SSO. Yi Fan said. Brother Ye's cultivation level is unfathomable. Perhaps you will really put the ancient killer god dynasty on the spot. The Yao Guang Saint smiled and said, however, don't be careless. In this period of time, they have already consecutively killed 29 seniors. Among them was a sect leader, and they have not failed once. Is that so? Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. Before, they misjudged Brother Yi and focused on training the younger generation. If they keep failing, they will definitely send out the older generation to kill you mercilessly. The heirs of the large sects were mainly women. They quietly watched the two talk, and no one dared to interrupt them. They all had a trace of respect. If the two of them fought, no one could be sure who would live and who would die. But the winner would definitely be able to fight for the position of number one among the younger generation of the Eastern Barren Territory. At this moment, in everyone's eyes, the two of them were both smiling without a trace of hostility. It was difficult to cause sparks to fly and fight. Brother Yi. The Suprian saint, Xiang Yifei, walked over with a smile on his face. Beside him were the Dao Yi saint and a few heirs of the top sections. Killing intent rose in Yi Fan's heart. That night, Xiang Yifei had definitely appeared and wanted to attack, but in the end he did not enter Wusher's killing matrix. He hated this kind of person who was a gentleman in public, but sinister behind his back. However, a bright smile hung on his face, and his killing intent was not obvious. Xiang Yifei, long time no see, said Wu Zhongtian. Wu Zhongtian said with a cold smile on his face. That night, they all knew that this person had appeared. Xiang Yifei did not mind. The Dao Yi saint walked up side by side and greeted them calmly. Yi Fan also smiled insincerely and responded warmly. He also said a few polite words to the disciples of the top sections. What a pity. The Purple Mansion Saint and the 10,000 Beginnings Saint will never appear again. Xiang Yifei shook his head. I never thought that they would actually provoke Brother Yi. The Dao Yi Saint also sighed. Yi Fan and the others were startled. They had not expected them to bring up this matter. They did not know what they meant. On the other side, the Yaoguang Saint smiled and did not say anything. Hearing this, the other disciples all began to discuss and beat around the bush. They asked Yi Fan about it, but no one dared to ask directly because it was too sensitive. Humph! A cold snort was heard. A few elders from the lakeside in the distance looked over coldly and stared at Yi Fan. Damn it! Yi Fan's heart turned cold. The Great Yen Saint and the Dao Yi Saint's reminder caused the others to discuss, but they themselves did not say anything. In the distance, a few grand elders of the Purple Mansion Saint and the 10,000 Beginnings Saint happened to pass by. It was too much of a coincidence. You are that divine body? A purple-clothed elder's expression was ice-cold as he stared at him. That's right, it's me, Yi Fan replied calmly. Now everyone knew that Yi Fan had killed the Purple Mansion Saint and the 10,000 Beginnings Saint. However, no one pointed it out. After all, the two of them had concealed their faces when they went to kill Yi Fan. Heroes come from the young. Another elder's voice was bone-chilling, and there was obvious killing intent. You flatter me. Yi Fan was really calm and acted like he didn't care. At that moment, the elders' expressions darkened. The two saints of the two families had been killed by this person in front of them. This made them infuriated. To the two great sage saints, this was a humiliation. However, they could not kill Yi Fan in front of everyone. They did not dare to do so at all. After all, there was an ancient saint behind him. He couldn't make a big show of himself, but if someone secretly got rid of Yi Fan, then that would be a different matter. It's not a good thing for young people to be so aggressive. Showing off one's abilities easily leads to premature death. The elders' killing intent surged towards Yi Fan. It was very difficult for outsiders to sense it, so they could not attack immediately. However, they had already made a decision in their hearts. Yi Fan did not care. The other party could only show their killing intent. He believed that they would not dare to kill him in public. Since ancient times, many peerless geniuses have fallen in their youth. Many amazing geniuses are too arrogant and do not know their limits. It is very difficult for them to grow. The elders' expressions became colder and colder, revealing their killing intent. Is that so? Yi Fan didn't seem to mind. He gave them a few indifferent looks and said, I heard that 2 holy children have fallen. Sigh, perhaps they were just too stunning. They were all exceptional geniuses, what a pity. As soon as he said this, the elders almost vomited blood from anger. This was simply hurting their lungs and liver. If they were to use their words, they would almost choke to death. A bunch of old things. The monkey suddenly spoke. He was in human form and looked like a young man in his 20s. No one knew where he came from. Hearing him speak like this, they were all shocked. Junior, didn't your elders teach you how to respect your elders? You are so young, but you dare to speak nonsense in front of your elders. You don't know what's good for you. The elders' expressions were cold. They naturally did not know that this was a sacred battle ape. Flaunting your seniority, All of you scram. The monkey was quite domineering. His eyes straightened as he berated the elders in front of everyone. Chapter 523. You. At such a young age, you have no respect for your elders. How dare you speak to us like this? I will discipline you on behalf of your elders. An old man waved his sleeves, aiming straight for the monkey's face. It was as if he wanted to break his teeth and humiliate him. The old man's cultivation level surpassed that of the dragon transformation secret realm. At their level, if they were to land a hit, even godly metal would shatter, let alone flesh and blood. Bang! The monkey was not afraid. He casually waved his hand, and Battle Saint light gushed out like a rainbow. His entire body was dyed golden. Pop! The old man's sleeves instantly became a tattered fishing net, torn apart by the golden essence chi. His sleeves fluttered like butterflies. Who are you? He rapidly retreated, feeling that something was wrong. A mountain-like pressure rushed towards him. The monkey's speed was too fast. The Battle Saint light flashed and disappeared. He took a big step forward, and his golden hand came down, sucking away all the essence chi in the air. Bang! The old man's arm immediately bent, and was broken by the monkey's slap. He broke out in cold sweat on the spot. You want to slap my face just because you're old? The monkey's temper was very explosive. As a member of the Battle Saint tribe, he feared nothing in the world. Boom! He sent the old man flying with a slap, and then slapped down again, directly smashing the old man into the ground like a stake. You think you can teach me a lesson? Even if an ancient saint comes back to life, he doesn't have the qualifications. The monkey was furious. His background was too shocking, and he indeed had the confidence to say such words. His father was the Battle Saint Emperor of the primordial era, looking down on the world with disdain. In the past, even such a powerful father had never spoken to him like this. He was naturally not happy with the arrogant words of the Z Palace old man. You really think you're the reincarnation of an ancient emperor? You actually want to discipline this old man? You're really tired of living. Li Heishui grumbled. Junior you. The old man who was smashed into the ground was also furious. He began to struggle violently. Pa. The monkey didn't say anything else, and went up to slap him. He coldly laughed and said, You dare to teach me a lesson on behalf of my father? Stop. A few elders at the side stepped forward and attacked the monkey at the same time. Cold electricity shot out from the monkey's golden eyes. He didn't care at all. He swung his hand and slapped the old man over 10 times. The old man who had fallen to the ground spat out large mouthfuls of blood, and was in a sorry state. Buzz. The void trembled. Several elders were furious, large hands covering the sky, wishing to suppress him, all of them forcing him over. Bang! Bang! The monkey was as fast as lightning, clashing a palm strike with each of them. Battle's sacred light gushed out, illuminating the surrounding lake in a resplendent manner. Thud thud thud. Everyone retreated together as their arms went limp. They couldn't stop the monkey even if they joined forces. All of them were injured. Who exactly are you? They knew that this was definitely a terrifying existence, and it was likely that he was even stronger than the Holy Master. After all, they weren't ordinary Supreme Elders. They were already half-step almighties, yet they couldn't fight back at all. If this person wanted to kill them, it wouldn't take much effort. I don't want to kill anyone in the Jade Lake. All of you scram. The monkey's golden eyes opened, powerful and domineering. In the surroundings, all the saints, saintesses, and the descendants of the supreme sex were all tongue-tied. Who was this master? He even dared to berate a half-step almighty like this. How terrifying, he can even suppress a half-step almighty with a raise of his hand. When did such a god appear? He isn't any weaker than a peak holy master, and he doesn't look very old. At this time, not to mention Xiang Yifei, even the Alcade saint revealed a strange expression. He stared at the battle's sacred ape thoughtfully. As for the others, they were all moved. Everyone was uneasy. The monkey looked to be about the same age as them, yet he had such battle prowess. This was somewhat frightening. A few elders were so angry that their bodies were trembling. What about me? Hurry up and disappear. If you dare to speak to me like an elder again, I'll smash all of you with a rod. The monkey swept his gaze over them. A young man who looked to be no more than 20 years old was arrogant and disdainful, looking down on the half-step almighty of the older generation. It was unknown how many years it had been since such a scene had happened. Good. A few elders turned around and left. Before they left, they glared at the monkey a few times. You still dare to have killing intent? The monkey was different from ordinary people. His spiritual senses were extremely sharp. Without another word, he slapped over again. Pa. A few elders wanted to resist, but they were all sent flying. Many parts of their bones were broken, and they were sent flying hundreds of feet away like scarecrows. A few of them almost fell into a lake. They landed miserably and coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Their faces were all pale, and at the same time, they revealed looks of astonishment. Brother Monkey, you're powerful enough. Jiang Huiran grinned, and he almost laughed out loud. In the surroundings, the others were all incomparably respectful. Facing such an expert, no one dared to get close. Battle Sacred Tribe. In the distance, beside a lake, a purple-clothed girl softly said. No one heard her. She was as beautiful as heaven and earth, and purple light surrounded her body. Xiantian Dao embryo. Li Heishui exclaimed in a low voice. Sister-in-law. The second is Wu Shi's mother. Lu Ko was even more direct. In the surroundings, everyone was speechless. They had all heard rumors about the Xiantian Dao embryo, but they didn't think that these people would really have such thoughts. Everyone looked at Yi Fan with strange expressions. The Purple Mansion Holy Maiden was as ethereal as a fairy. She turned and left, as if she didn't want to meet them. Her clothes fluttered in the wind, and she seemed transcendent. This brother is Saint Son of Grandyan, Xiang Yifei spoke. He felt uneasy in his heart. He didn't think that there would be such an expert beside Yi Fan. Saint Sun Dao, he was also paying attention. He was anxious to know who the monkey was. He exchanged a glance with Saint Sun of Grandyan, and then he also went up to ask about the monkey. The monkey didn't like to bother with them, and this made the group of people feel bored. They dispersed unhappily. Yi Fan felt a cold killing intent flash by. His divine sense was extremely powerful, and he could keenly sense the source. Holy Maiden of all beginnings. In the distance, a woman walked over gracefully. Her back was beautiful and moving. Beside her was Yaoshi. She was like a fairy from a painting, with bright eyes and white teeth. Her black hair reached her waist, and she was extremely intelligent. I finally know why Great Emperor Wu Shi is the enemy of the world. Killing one will implicate many. He can't be defeated, and he will always kill. Yi Fan sighed. The surrounding people were horrified. Now that he was known as the Saint Sun Killer, could it be that he wanted to start a massacre? 5 days later, the Jade Lake meeting began. The Pure Land was bustling with noise and excitement. Lords from all over came to visit, and experts from all over the world gathered. The Jade Lake meeting was also known as the Feast of Peaches. It was held every 500 years, and experts as common as clouds would come to participate. However, this time it was different from the past. Some strange stones were involved, and the heroes were allowed to watch. It really is like a meeting of immortals. Yi Fan exclaimed. This was a jade palace floating in the air. There were lotus ponds and flowers everywhere, and mist curled up beneath their feet. It was as if they were in the heavenly realm. People arrived on clouds one after another, and all of them had great backgrounds. It was as if they were immortals attending a meeting. Central Prefecture's Guhua Emperor has arrived. Arctic Divine Ice Palace Lord has arrived. Western Desert's Du-E Divine Monk has arrived. Southern Mountains War God Temple's War King has arrived. Great characters appeared one after another. All kinds of divine carriages flickered with multicolored light as they crushed through the sky like the mounts of gods. At a glance, they were all pulled by flood dragons and flying phoenixes. Every beast was incomparably powerful and extraordinary. Do you see that Baldy's head is covered in layers of divine rings? His cultivation is terrifying. Lu Ko pointed out. Lower your voice, that's a divine monk from the Western Desert. His cultivation is terrifying. I think he's already an Arhat or even a venerable. Isn't the Arctic Divine Temple an ancient sacred land on the extreme ice field? Even their palace lord has come from so far away. The Jade Lake's face is really big. Southern Mountain's war god temple is said to have the secret to becoming a god. Even their war king has come. It wasn't just Li Heishui and the others who were discussing this. Great characters appeared one after another from all over the world, and there were even many eccentric people. Here, celestial music was playing and all kinds of spiritual birds and beasts appeared. On the white clouds, there were many palaces. Strange flowers bloomed and jade grass covered the ground. Immortal mist surged, but it was only knee-high. Many celestial cranes and phoenixes danced in the air while longevity apes carried peaches and poured wine. Why does it feel like I've arrived at the heavenly palace of legends? Yi Fan was astonished. Brother Yi. A clear laughter came from not far away. A man in golden battle clothes walked over with large strides. It was the descendant of the Gold Clan, Jin Qishao. Hee brother Jin. Yi Fan greeted him, but he was sneering inside. This person had once transformed into a god from the Dao Palace, and entered Wusher's killing formation that night, but was killed by him. Behind him, an ancient golden chariot rumbled. There were ancient and mysterious markings engraved on it. 9 flood dragons pulled the chariot and stopped in the distance. The Gold Clan leader of the North Plains had arrived. Jin Qishao came with him. At this moment, he was extremely friendly when he saw Yi Fan. He didn't know that Yi Fan had already cultivated the divine eye and clearly had killing intent in his heart. Let's drink and chat merrily in a while. Jin Qishao laughed loudly and left with the clan leader. If I didn't cultivate the divine eye, it really would be hard to tell the sincerity from the lies. Yi Fan stared at his back and shook his head. The supreme expert of the human race, Nan Gongzheng, has arrived. Someone shouted loudly. When these words were spoken, everyone was greatly shocked. Even a few great figures stood up from the bejeweled buildings and jade palaces, looking outwards. Clouds and mist surged and flower petals danced in the air. Each and every one of them was pure and translucent. A path paved by sparkling and translucent petals rushed over from the horizon in a perfectly straight line. The legendary human expert, Nan Gongzheng, cultivated the art of longevity. He made plants his home and ate exotic plants to allay his hunger. He never lacked spiritual herbs by his side. Nan Gongzheng appeared again. No one wasn't shaken. There had long been rumors that he passed away in meditation 500 years ago. However, no one expected him to appear in this world several years ago. After that, it was rumored that he and a group of living fossils from the eastern wasteland entered the Bronze Immortal Palace and never returned. However, he actually appeared again today. No wonder the elders all call him the undying Nan Gongzheng. Everyone wanted to know if he really entered the Bronze Immortal Palace, and what kind of fortuitous encounter he had. I was lucky enough to escape from the Immortal Palace. Nan Gongzheng let out a long sigh. When he said this, everyone was even more shocked. He actually really entered that terrifying bronze palace. One has to know that that was the tomb of a matchless expert. He actually came out alive. Many great characters came to greet him like stars surrounding the moon. They crowded him into the heavenly palace and wanted to know what happened. He also escaped. I wonder if he went even further than me and Jiziyue. Yi Fan was astonished. The immortal character's killing intent penetrates through the past and present. There is heaven and earth within the mystery. The blood of an ancient great emperor. Nan Gongzheng's words transmitted over. Yi Fan's heart trembled. The other party definitely walked into the depths of the Bronze Immortal Palace and saw the immortal character carved by the undying Saint Blood. Could it be that he walked behind the mysterious gate? Chapter 524. The Bronze Immortal Palace was the tomb of a peerless monarch. Who knew how many heroes had been buried there? Every time it appeared, it would devour the lives of a group of peerless experts. Since ancient times, it had always been a mysterious place that no one could figure out. Nan Gongzheng's return naturally caused a huge uproar. The older generation paid close attention to him, and the various lords also came forward. The Celestial Palace was in an uproar. Everyone, I'll tell you everything I know. There's no need to be so anxious. Nan Gongzheng smiled and walked into the Celestial Palace. He sat behind the jade table and drank a cup of wine. Everyone, there's no need to be like this. Since Brother Nangong has returned, do you think he doesn't know what happened? The queen mother of the West's cloudy hair was pulled up high with a 9-phoenix hairpin in it. She was dignified, holy, beautiful, and graceful. The clamor disappeared and everyone returned to their seats. Most of the people in this celestial palace were either lords of a region or geniuses with extraordinary statuses. Immortal music rang out as the jade pool's beauties began to dance. Their clothes fluttered in the wind like fairies. White clouds curled under their feet as if they were in the moon palace. Outside the palace, phoenixes soared in the sky, beautiful like rainbows. Spiritual birds held Ganoderma in their mouths as propitious air descended. Longevity apes offered peaches, filling the air with fragrance. In front of the Jade Hall, Ganoderma and orchids were everywhere. Exotic plants were spewing smoke, fish and dragons were leaping in the lotus pond. The clouds were rosy, and gold overflowed. Yi Fan was fortunate enough to be at the bottom of the heavenly palace. Only divine lords were allowed to sit in the heavenly palace. He was invited here as an extraordinary person, and the jade pool treated him with great courtesy. In the entire hall, only he and the monkey were so young. The others were all thousands of years old. Most of them had white hair that fell to their shoulders and eyes that had experienced the vicissitudes of life. Adding the ages of a few people together, they were close to 10,000 years old. It could be said that everyone here had a terrifying background. Even the weakest among them was the #1 cultivator in the 1,000 countries. Many people revealed strange expressions when they looked at Yi Fan. He had killed saints in succession, and even the various lords were alarmed and paid close attention to him. People knew that he was qualified to sit here because he was the successor of the Yuan Taoist master. The jade pool was going to ask him to seal the king of the stone. Most people didn't know where the monkey came from. He was proficient in the art of transformation, and was comparable to Yi Fan's art of changing heaven and earth. Even a divine lord wouldn't be able to tell. King Yuan's lineage and the few living fossils of the ancient Genesis technique families had all cultivated the divine eye or the heavenly eye, which was a divine art that they had to learn. Only they knew the origin of the monkey. Yi Fan sat down and wanted to listen to Nan Gongzheng talk about the mysteries of the Bronze Immortal Palace, but he never expected that it would be revealed. Soon, they would be drinking and talking about it. He retreated. There was nothing to talk about with these people. It was far better to drink and clink cups with Li Heishui and the others. The monkey also followed them out. He didn't know many people here, so he wasn't willing to drink with those old antiques. There was nothing to talk about. Outside the heavenly palace, there were many jade tables in the jade palaces. The fairies of the jade pool were flying on clouds, delivering all kinds of delicacies and fine wines. Little Yi, why did you come out? There will be Peach King of Immortality in the hall. Its medicinal power is strong and much bigger than the peaches outside, Li Heishui said. Yi Fan sat cross-legged behind a jade table and said with a smile, "It's fine. I'll go in later and bring some out for you." Little Nan Nan sat next to Yi Fan, and obediently sat cross-legged. In the end, she found that she was almost submerged by the clouds. She was too young and immediately wrinkled her delicate little nose. The few of them laughed and carried the little fellow up, placing her on the jade table. Each person had a jade table, so no one would blame them. "Brother Yi, let me toast you." Jin Qishao walked over with a smile on his face. His golden battle robes flowed with brilliance, and he looked quite heroic. Yi Fan clinked cups with him and drank it in one gulp. He said with a smile, "I heard that Brother Jin was injured not long ago. Are you all right?" "I'm fine. I don't know why, but the ancient killer god dynasty also attacked me." Jin Qishao frowned. "We are in the same boat." Yao Guang Saint's son stood up and walked over with a jade cup. They stood together and naturally attracted a lot of attention. The other Eastern Wasteland heroes looked over at the same time, paying close attention. "You are the descendant of the Golden King bloodline." The monkey's golden eyes shot out lightning as he stared at Jin Qishao and said, "Unfortunately, your blood is no longer pure. Your bloodline is no longer as powerful as the immemorial emperors." As soon as he said this, everyone looked over. Many people knew that the Golden Clan of Northern Plains was an immemorial race, but few would mention it because this topic was too sensitive. Unexpectedly, the monkey not only pointed it out, but also saw the problem of the bloodline inheritance. Jin Qishao revealed a strange expression, but he didn't say anything. He raised his cup and drank the wine. Caw! The fire crow let out a long cry and drew a black beam of light in the distance. It arrived in the blink of an eye like a black bolt of lightning. And an old Taoist wearing feathered robes appeared. That's the crow Taoist. He's still alive. Many elders were shocked. Yi Fan's heart also jumped. He had seen this peerless old demon in the 8th level of the fire domain. He had destroyed a pile of divine metal and killed a major character of the Ji clan with just a few blows. This is a giant of the demonic race, a character of the same generation as the Crimson Dragon Taoist. He has lived for more than 3,000 years, and is half a generation older than all the Saint Masters. Those who recognized him all felt a chill down their spines and quickly got out of the way. This old demon hadn't appeared in the world for more than 1,000 years, but his ferocious name hadn't been forgotten. The Jade Pool's Supreme Elder welcomed him and politely invited him into the Heavenly Palace, not daring to be negligent. Not long after, the Longevity Ape began to offer peaches, and the Feast of Peaches of Immortality began. A few spiritual peaches were placed on every table, and their fragrance permeated the air. Everyone toasted and chatted loudly. The immemorial imperial race was about to come into the world, and the disciples of the Holy Lands had long since heard about it. They were all discussing it. Jiang Huairan and Li Heishui dragged Yi Fan and insisted on toasting. They purposely went to the saint and saintess. Let's see which saint is the weakest first. When the time comes, help us get rid of him and help us enter the eccentric college. Anyway, they all want to kill you. Lu Ko said very unkindly. Fairy is transcendent, with skin of ice and bones of jade. My heart yearns for you, but I feel inferior. Jiang Huairan chased after the saintess of all beginnings, chattering non-stop. Little uncle, what are you doing? Jiang Yifei's sister, Jiang Kaixian, happened to be standing at the side. She stepped forward to stop her bandit-like uncle and rebuked him. I want to find a little ant for you. Jiang Huairan muttered in a low voice. Jiang Kaixian was beautiful and lively. At this moment, she couldn't help but roll her eyes and glare at this little uncle. Damn it! The group of people glared at him, especially the disciples of all beginnings. Their saint was killed by Yi Fan, so they had already been suppressing a bellyful of anger. Zixia Fairy, have you heard of the innate saint physique? On the other side, Lu Ko asked the Purple Mansion saintess seriously, and toasted her seriously. Pfft! Many people directly spat out the wine in their mouths after hearing this. This was too direct. The disciples of the Purple Mansion all stood up. Yi Fan walked over. He didn't deliberately release his aura, but there was a formless pressure that made everyone's heart palpitate. They all silently retreated. Now that the saint physique had been formed, he already had the power to intimidate his peers. Except for a few people, the younger generation of the Eastern Barren Territory couldn't compete with him. Suddenly, there was a commotion not far away. Many people ran toward the gate of the Heavenly Palace. All the saints and saintesses hurried over. They knew that the Heavenly Palace must be discussing something far-reaching. They didn't have the right to enter, but they could listen at the gate. Yi Fan and the monkey could enter, so they flew over. They didn't want to miss it. I saw the remains of many peerless experts in the Bronze Palace. Nangongzheng began to narrate his experience. He and many living fossils who didn't have much lifespan left entered the Bronze Immortal Palace. It could be said that it was a narrow escape. Apart from him, everyone else had died inside. What Nangongzheng said was almost the same as what Yi Fan had experienced. However, they had relied on absolute strength to fight their way in. They weren't like Yi Fan, who had relied on the power of the green bronze block to survive. Nangongzheng's group bled with every step. Chaotic sword rays shot out from inside, and killed almost half of them. The Gate of Yin Yang had also devoured a large number of old antiques. The immortal character is dripping with blood. It was carved in the primordial era, and hasn't dried up even now. It emits an ancient killing intent. Nangongzheng's voice was gloomy as he slowly spoke. The group of living fossils joined hands, and walked a step further than Yi Fan's group. They actually entered the world inside the mysterious gate. That kind of blood is extremely terrifying. 2 living fossil seniors went up to collect some for research, But as soon as they touched it, they turned to ashes. Nangongzheng spoke. The terrifying experience made him frown slightly, as if there was still lingering fear in his heart. Yi Fan was horrified. He inwardly rejoiced that he didn't touch that terrifying immortal blood back then. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to escape death. Is it really immortal blood? The Arctic Ice Divine Palace's mistress asked. A few seniors speculated that it was the blood of an ancient great emperor that could kill all creatures in this world. What? Everyone cried out in alarm. The ancient great emperors were too sensitive. Everything related to them could stir up heaven overflowing waves. An ancient great emperor died inside? No one believed it. Those people's names shook the ages, and everyone in the world knew about them. Which one of them would die inside? The people here were all overlords of an area, the masters of this great land. They had seen many things. Yet at this moment, they were still overwhelmed with shock. Those living fossil-level figures all came from the lands of the great sage. You all should know that their words should be trustworthy, right? Nangongzheng said. The heroes here naturally knew that those people were all people who were about to pass away in meditation in the lands of the great sage. Some of them were their senior brothers whose blood had dried up, and there were even some little martial uncle-level figures. Did the Bronze Immortal Palace exist in the archaic era? Yi Fan transmitted sound, secretly asking the battle-sacred ape. The monkey frowned and said, I seem to have heard my old father mention it before. Back then, I was too young and my memories were blurry. I don't know the specifics. Yi Fan's heart was shaken. This Bronze Immortal Palace really was ancient enough, actually able to trace back to the archaic era. Nangongzheng and the others heard a few ancient scriptures there, and were truly attracted. After walking into the mysterious gate, they were almost completely wiped out. Some kind of aura almost turned them all into powder. Just a type of aura almost tore you all apart? The people here were all stupefied and almost didn't dare to believe it. What kind of figures were those who entered? They all knew that they were all experts who stood at the peak. They wanted to find an opportunity to break through and prolong their lives, to walk a bit further on the path of cultivation. What kind of existence was that exactly? Everyone almost couldn't imagine it. That was the aura of Great Emperor Vicious. When Nangongzheng said this, everyone stood up in shock. What, this is impossible. Don't tell me he's still alive? He's probably one of the great emperors who has lived for the longest. It's at least 200,000 years since then. Everyone was stunned, and their faces were full of shock. This ancient great emperor was different from others. He was the enemy of the entire world, slaughtering his way through the world. He fought against all the experts under the heavens alone. His growth process was too bumpy, and he narrowly escaped death. However, it was also too terrifying. That was a path stained with blood, and it was practically a world of his own. I didn't say he was still alive. Nangongzheng shook his head. What exactly did you see? Why do you still have his aura? What did he leave behind? Why did he almost annihilate all of you? Everyone was extremely excited, and they urgently wanted to know the answer. This news was just too astonishing, and everyone's hearts were in turmoil. We saw the corpse of Great Emperor Vicious. Nangongzheng unhurriedly said. After they entered, they saw bright red blood. It was exactly the same as the blood of the immortal character, and there was no difference at all. That was a mysterious heaven and earth. Apart from this, there were some corpse fragments. Of course, there weren't many of them, but it was precisely the aura they emitted that turned some of the older generation experts into fine powder as soon as they approached. Great Emperor Vicious was dismembered? How is this possible? Absolutely impossible. Who could injure him? Back then, he almost destroyed all the ancient inheritances under the heavens. Who could suppress him? Absolutely impossible. Even if he encountered the great emperors of the later generations, or the ancient emperors, he still wouldn't be defeated. Almost everyone was stupefied. They couldn't believe this news at all. Great Emperor Vicious had looked down on all of history, and there was absolutely no one who could mercilessly dismember him. It was indeed Great Emperor Vicious. When everyone heard this, they all quieted down and looked towards Nangongzheng. Chapter 525. Ruthless, these two words had shaken the ages. This was a title that instilled fear in people. An unrivaled character from past to present was actually dismembered. No one dared to believe this. Just how terrifying of an existence was that? The merciless great emperor represented unparalleled power, and his battle prowess was unparalleled throughout the ages. Yet he ended up like this. There are only a few pieces of his corpse, but the killing intent could penetrate through the ages. I believe that apart from great Emperor Ruthless, who had once bathed the world in blood, no other corpse could have such a powerful aura. Nan Gongzheng spoke. They were all shocked at that time. After careful analysis, they concluded that it was the flesh of an ancient great emperor, and it might even be the illusory, immortal. At that time, everyone was terrified to the extreme. An immortal or an ancient great emperor had been dismembered. Just who was it? They carefully searched and finally found the devil face imprint. It seemed to be crying yet not crying, smiling yet not smiling, and there was radiance within the sorrow. It was incomparably lifelike, transcending the ancient era and directly entering everyone's hearts. This was the symbol of great Emperor Ruthless from over 200,000 years ago. It's just an imprint. Perhaps great Emperor Ruthless took action and killed that existence, leaving behind an imprint there. Someone spoke. Nan Gongzheng shook his head and said, "After careful investigation, we discovered that there was more than one imprint. It was clear that great Emperor Ruthless had lived there before. The corpse pieces were scattered all around great Emperor Ruthless. All signs indicated that his flesh was separated when he was in seclusion. Are you really sure that it was great Emperor Ruthless?" Someone's voice was trembling. Just who was it that did all of this? Everyone felt their scalps go numb. Great Emperor Ruthless had no enemies? This was impossible. I am sure that it was great Emperor Ruthless because we also found traces of him planting divine medicines, Nan Gongzheng said. What? Many people cried out in shock. Every great emperor had a stock of immortal medicine planted, and their identities could be determined from the medicine alone. You guys obtained the immortal medicine? Is it the legendary immortal treasure? Everyone's breathing became hurried, almost ignoring great Emperor Ruthless' life and death as they looked towards Nan Gongzheng. The ancient great emperors had already passed away, but the immortal medicine they planted was still alive in this world. This was the most precious divine object, and not a single person did not covet it. This was especially true for the overlords present. Many of them were already close to 2,000 years old. They didn't have much lifespan left and were about to enter a declining period. So many years have passed, and great monarch Ruthless has already passed away. How could his undying medicine still be there? It has already flown away. Nan Gongzheng shook his head and shattered everyone's fantasies. They could only see the hole where the immortal godly herb had taken root, and traces of its aura left behind, but nothing else. Sovereign monarch Vicious has been dismembered. Even the immortal herb he planted has been confirmed, so it must be him. There wasn't a single person who wasn't shocked, and there wasn't a single person who wasn't horrified. Shock was written all over their faces. This was like a fantasy story that left them in disbelief. A ruthless person who shocked past and present met his end just like that. No one knew who he died under. It truly was a type of sorrow. Even the primeval emperors ended up like this. How terrifying. Are you sure that it's the aura of the immortal dragon herb? Some people didn't quite believe it and confirmed it again. Yes. Nan Gongzheng nodded. Great monarch Ruthless' divine herb was something he had gotten from the 7 great forbidden zones. It was similar to great Emperor Wu Shi's immortal divine phoenix herb. They were the most precious ones. Yi Fan was shocked. It was the immortal dragon herb that used to belong to great monarch Vicious. He gawked and dropped his jaw, because he'd seen that divine medicine in the past, and it was in the northern territory right now. Shi Yan, Pang Bo, and Tu Fei had gone deep into the ice plain. They had met in the nest of 10,000 dragons. At that time, the immortal dragon herb was sleeping, and Shi Yan had almost caught it. I can't believe I had such an encounter with great monarch Vicious. I almost got his immortal herb. Yi Fan sighed emotionally. All of a sudden, he remembered everything in the nest of 10,000 dragons. Besides the precious divine origin blocks, he had seen an ancient coffin floating. Great Emperor Wu Shi had been there. There was an ancient 5-colored sacrificial altar there. However, he didn't choose the nest of 10,000 dragons. Instead, he went to the Purple Mountain and didn't touch anything there. Yi Fan shuddered. He didn't continue to think about it, returning to reality. Guys, perhaps we've made a mistake. The great ancient emperors didn't have a rival, especially the ruthless one. How could he have been cut into pieces? Nan Gongzheng said. What do you mean? Many people didn't understand. Don't forget the experience of the ruthless one. After he had proven his Tao, he created the undying heaven technique in his later years. Nan Gongzheng looked at the saint sovereigns and said, actually, to solve this mystery, you guys just need to tell us the truth. Everybody was startled. They followed his line of sight and found that they all had a big background. They were from the strongest holy lands in the Eastern Barren Territory. The Jiang family, the Jade Pool, the Ji family, and the Alcade family, the 4 great sage families, all had holy weapons. Even if the other ancient inheritances were destroyed, they could protect themselves. 3 of their families had warriors who had proven their Tao and become great emperors. They were considered to have the most profound and immeasurable inheritances. People didn't know what the 3 great ancient emperors had left for them. I'm not the only one who came out of the Bronze Immortal Palace alive. Someone had done it a long time ago. Nan Gongzheng said slowly. Suddenly, people thought of a legend. Countless years ago, someone had brought out an immortal corpse from the Bronze Immortal Palace. He died after coming out. According to the legend, that immortal corpse was divided equally by the great sage. It could be said that it was an example of the existence of immortals in this world. However, the great sage all denied it. They all said that they had never seen an immortal corpse, and that everything was just a rumor. It's been who knows how many tens of thousands of years. Saint Sovereigns, can you tell us now? Nan Gongzheng said. That's right. Your holy lands have obtained enough benefits and have already digested them. It's not a big deal to say it now. It's time to reveal the truth. Everyone spoke up, asking for the truth to be revealed. That was an example of coming into contact with an immortal. Even though the great sage denied it, everyone knew that they had obtained an immortal corpse. That was something from 70,000 years ago. Since fellow Taoists want to know, we might as well say it, Western Queen Mother of the Jade Lake said. At first, we really did treat it as an immortal corpse, but later on, we discovered that we might be wrong. Ji Clan's Saint Lord said. Back then, there were 6 great sages who divided the immortal corpse. Other than these 4 clans, there was also the Eastern Wasteland's oldest Wind clan, as well as the Heavenly Jade Holy Land that had been destroyed 6,000 years ago. A peerless expert came out alive, and he brought out a broken and badly mutilated corpse that exuded a peerless killing intent. That cultivator suppressed the Eastern Wasteland 70,000 years ago. Some people said that he had already become an existence comparable to an ancient saint. However, after coming out with the corpse, he turned into a bloody paste. Now that I think about it, that should be the corpse of a great emperor. The Saint Lord sighed softly. One could speculate that their clans had obtained great benefits from it. The corpse of a great emperor could be refined into an extreme holy weapon. They divided the flesh equally, so it must be a priceless treasure. No wonder they denied it at that time. Such a large amount of immortal burial needed time to be digested. Western Queen Mother, Jiang Clan's Saint Lord, and the others described the appearance of the immortal corpse recorded in the ancient books and compared it with Nan Gongzheng's description. Everyone was shocked to find that the so-called immortal corpse was most likely ruthless. Many crucial parts are missing, so we only divided 1/3 of the corpse. According to the wounds on the corpse, I think Ruthless was too terrifying. He most likely wanted to live for a 3rd or even a 4th life. Nan Gongzheng's words were earth-shattering. Ruthless first created the heaven-devouring demonic art. He killed all the kings and stepped on the corpses of countless heroes to become a great emperor. However, he shocked both the past and present. In his later years, he created the undying heaven art. He got rid of his demonic body and gave birth to a divine embryo, cutting off all karma. Moreover, he used this to live another life, and it was a frighteningly long time. He was the only person who created 2 ancient scriptures, which made people feel that it was almost illusory and unreal. Everyone says that the Bronze Immortal Palace is terrifying and is the graveyard of peerless experts. However, from what I saw, Ruthless was in seclusion there for a period of time. Nan Gongxing's words shocked everyone. He and those living fossils observed carefully and thought that Ruthless had lived there for a long period of time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have planted the immortal herb in the Bronze Palace. We think that he cultivated the undying heaven art there to get rid of his old body and give birth to a new divine embryo. What? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, and their eyes were filled with shock. Humans can't go against the heavens. He used the undying heaven art to give birth to a divine embryo and become a great emperor twice. It's already comparable to the secret history of deities. It's impossible for him to live for another life. Living for another life was as difficult as descending to the celestial realm that belonged to the category of deities. Even if he created the undying heaven art, he could only transform once. It was like having the immortal herb in hand. Every great emperor had one, but it could only extend his life for one life. It wouldn't be as useful for the second life. The heaven-devouring demonic art proves the Tao and is extraordinary for one life. The undying heaven art gives birth to a divine embryo for another life. He used the immortal herb to extend his life for a third life. Heavens! Someone couldn't help but cry out in alarm. It was because, according to what Nan Gongzheng said, Great Emperor Ruthless was going to give birth to a divine embryo again, and might be able to live for a fourth life. Yi Fan's heart jumped. If he calculated it like this, the amount of time Ruthless had lived in this world was terrifyingly long. At the side, the monkey almost jumped up. His old father's power shook the archaic era. The old Battle Saint Emperor only lived for one life because of the immortal peach. Yes, even the old Saint Emperor couldn't live for two lives because he encountered a problem while comprehending the Tao and almost died. He only managed to complete that life thanks to the immortal herb. Even if he lived for a long time, his combat prowess might not necessarily be the greatest since ancient times. The monkey consoled himself. His old father hadn't lived for a long time, but he was publicly acknowledged to be unrivaled under the heavens. If Ruthless lived for a fourth life, he would definitely meet the great emperors of the later generations. Someone suddenly cried out. He might even meet more than one great emperor of the later generations. Everyone was stupefied. If they thought about it carefully, this was just too shocking and unimaginable. Two great emperors had never appeared in the same era before. They could only appreciate each other through time and space, evaluating each other through the passage of time. We don't know how many lives Ruthless lived, but there was definitely a problem when he transformed the divine embryo for the last time. Nan Gongzheng spoke his final judgment. He and a few living fossil-level characters carefully observed and believed that Ruthless was cultivating in seclusion. In the end, he failed on the verge of success, and his unmatched emperor body exploded. It was just that they didn't know if the divine embryo came out or not. Ruthless killed himself for the sake of living for another life. Everyone was horrified. There are still people here who entered the Bronze Immortal Palace. Nan Gongzheng said. What? Who? Everyone was shocked and looked at each other. Behind the Bronze Immortal Palace's door of profundity, that world is extremely mysterious. We didn't reach the end, so we don't know if Ruthless stood at the end. Speaking up to here, Nan Gongzheng looked at Yi Fan and said with a smile, Little friend, you should have entered the Immortal Palace before, right? What? It's him? Everyone was shocked. The saint children and saintesses couldn't enter. They could only stand at the entrance of the palace, feeling a wave of shock. Meanwhile, in the heavenly palace, many eccentric people also stared at Yi Fan. Even the various great sage lords revealed strange expressions. Little friend, your origin root of all life energy must have been obtained from the Bronze Immortal Palace, right? Nan Gongzheng asked. That's right. Yi Fan calmly nodded. When these words were spoken, everyone was in an uproar. They didn't expect him to actually obtain a sacred object exclusive to a great emperor from the Bronze Immortal Palace. Little friend, do you know that you have formed a great karma with Ruthless? The origin root of all life energy was found by him. Chapter 526. Forming Karma with Ruthless. Yi Fan was in a dilemma. This great emperor was too frightening, and everyone was afraid. Ruthless traversed the primordial era and created the undying heaven art in his later years. He used it to create a divine embryo and turned his old body into a holy weapon. The ancient heaven-devouring evil jar is extremely powerful. Legend has it that if it is awakened, it will be the same as the heaven-devouring great emperor coming back to life. In Ruthless' life, the most terrifying was naturally his first life. He advanced by stepping on the corpses of many kings, and the heaven-devouring evil might was unparalleled. He created the undying heaven art in his later years, but no one knew how powerful it was because he had already ruled the world and no one in the world could stop him. Throughout the ages, the undying heaven art is the most mysterious ancient scripture. No one knows how powerful it is. However, people speculated that it must be the best. After all, it was a technique created by a great emperor in his later years. It must have surpassed the previous ancient scriptures. Using this to live another life and give up the name heaven-devouring great emperor. He wants to use the undying heaven art to create a second weapon. Many people were shocked. He wanted to take out 2 holy weapons. This was something normal people wouldn't even dare to think about. When he was the heaven-devouring great emperor, he traveled all over the eastern barren and central plains, but couldn't find any immortal materials. In the end, he refined his supreme monarch body. He transformed into a divine fetus and cut off his past. Finally, he found the source root of all beings, a heaven-defying sacred object. Ruthless must be trying to create a supreme holy weapon. Because he didn't make a move yet, he left the source root behind. Everyone in the heavenly palace stared at Yi Fan with murderous looks. The holy weapon found by a great emperor had fallen into his hands. The palace was noisy. Whether it was the younger generation at the door or the rulers inside, all of them were jealous and envious. So it was left behind by an ancient great emperor. Otherwise, how could a little cultivator collect it? It's Ruthless' immortal treasure. No wonder. Otherwise, how could a normal person find a holy weapon exclusive to a great emperor? The source root of all beings was unique in the world. There was no second one. Only Ruthless could go against the heavens and obtain it. Everyone was guessing that he definitely wanted to forge an ultimate saint weapon, but unfortunately, he was unable to do so in the end. This is a huge karma. You've obtained such a great opportunity. Nangongzheng shook his head. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He had never thought that he would be able to snatch away vicious saint artifact. The karma between him and this great monarch was truly deep. Even the undying herb had nearly been captured by him. He's been dead for so many years. He soon felt relieved. Even if Ruthless was invincible throughout the ages and was comparable to a god, so what? In the end, it was annihilated in the dust of history and passed away countless years ago. Even if that's the case, Great Monarch Vicious is too extraordinary. There's most likely karma involved, Nangongzheng said. Yi Fan didn't mind, but many of the older generations were seriously contemplating. Clearly, they were extremely fearful of the ancient emperors even though they had died a long time ago. In order to sever his karma, Emperor Hengyu went to the middle state and didn't return even after he died. In order to sever his karma, the Void Monarch buried himself in the boundless void after his death, never to be seen again. Someone mentioned this, and it immediately gave Yi Fan a headache. However, he wasn't afraid of this. The only thing he was worried about was that Ruthless hadn't died yet. Don't worry, he must have died a long time ago. If he didn't die, how could there be a great monarch of the later generations of your human race? The monkey transmitted his voice. The invincible emperor of fighting in the archaic era had once told him some secrets. Unfortunately, the monkey was too young at that time and didn't pay much attention to it. No one can live for so long. He has indeed died a long time ago, Western Queen Mother said. If a great monarch is still alive in this world, the extreme Tao sacred weapon will sense it. Those supreme great monarchs comparable to deities have all died in the end, Jiang Clan's Saint Lord said. The others nodded. This was a secret that many eccentrics knew. If a great monarch appeared, the sacred weapon would be the first to sense it. I really didn't expect this little friend to be so amazing. He actually walked out of the bronze immortal palace alive and obtained such a peerless sacred item. A lord said, his eyes flickering. Everyone stared at Yi Fan. Regardless of whether it was the older generation or the younger generation at the main hall's entrance, their expressions were not very friendly. If it wasn't for the fact that he was at the Jade Pool and the fact that the present-age saint, the crazy old man, was related to him, it was likely that someone would have been unable to restrain himself and tried to snatch it. Without a doubt, if Yi Fan walked out of the Jade Pool, the bloody night last time would most likely happen again. There would definitely be people secretly making a move. Brother Yi indeed had a great opportunity to obtain Emperor Ruthless' sacred item and inherit a part of his immortal treasury. Saint Son of Grand Yanxiang Yifei said. Yi Fan was shocked. These words didn't sound like much at first, but if he thought about it carefully, he would be put to death. Ruthless inheritance and successor. These words were too sensitive. They would cause a great upheaval and could easily lead to a fatal disaster. Ruthless was different from other great emperors. At first, he was known as the heaven-devouring great emperor. The entire earth trembled because of him, and no one wanted his technique to appear a second time. Brother Yi, you really make people envious. What other immortal treasury did you obtain? Saint Son of Tao Yi also asked indifferently. Yi Fan's heart sank. These two's words didn't sound wrong at first, but they deserved to be killed without spilling blood. I think he must have obtained other divine items? A disciple of a top sect echoed. Yes, Yi Fan, why hide it? Tell us and let us hear it. We can share the joy together, someone else said. At the entrance of the main hall, many of the younger generation were discussing, guessing what other great opportunities he had. Is that so? There are still great opportunities. An elder's expression flickered. We almost forgot. Ruthless once cultivated in seclusion there. He must have left something behind. A supreme elder of the 10,000 beginnings said in a low voice. At this moment, the main hall was a bit cold. Everyone's eyes were focused on Yi Fan. Many people had cold, meaningful smiles on their faces. Are you all hinting at something? Yi Fan sat behind the jade table and calmly said, I only obtain the source root of all life source energy, nothing else. Ruthless Great Emperor used the source root of all life source energy to seal the outside of the Bronze Palace. He clearly treated that place as a place of seclusion. How could there be nothing else in such a secret place? Ruthless Great Emperor's place of seclusion definitely has those two ancient scriptures. Someone secretly transmitted sound, going a step further. Correct. The heaven-swallowing demonic art and imperishable heaven art are definitely in the Bronze Immortal Palace, a part of the immortal treasury. Even Brother Yi obtained the source root of all life source energy, entering the tombs of matchless experts without dying. He definitely obtained the acknowledgement of Ruthless Great Emperor's inheritance. The heaven-swallowing demonic art might appear again. Several voices sounded from the darkness, unknown who it was that released them. They gradually advanced, killing without spilling blood. The meaning couldn't be more clear, pointing at Yi Fan obtaining Ruthless Great Emperor's inheritance. We can confirm that they are all transmitted by the people at the entrance of the main hall. The monkey said. Everyone there was of the younger generation, and nothing could be seen on the surface. Everyone was discussing, and no one spoke directly. Yi Fan glanced over. Saint of Diyan, Xiang Yifei, Yao Shi Saint Dao Yi, Saint of all beginnings, Saint of Yao Guang Jin Qi Shao. The inheritor of Ruthless Great Emperor has appeared long ago. Who doesn't know that Hua Yunfei has cultivated the heaven-swallowing demonic art? To harm me like this, isn't your mind a little too vicious? Yi Fan's words were very soft, and he didn't argue loudly. Is that so? Now no one knows what cultivation method you cultivate. You've improved by leaps and bounds in recent years, and you're so mysterious. Isn't it the heaven-swallowing demonic art? After these words were spoken, the murderous intent in the main hall intensified. Some people had been waiting all this time, and what they lacked was an excuse to attack. If I cultivate the heaven-swallowing demonic art, will Senior Jiang Taishu not be able to tell? Are you questioning the spiritual senses of a supreme divine king? If I cultivate the heaven-swallowing demonic art, will old crazy old brother let me live? Will he still travel with me? Are you doubting the judgment of a saint? If I cultivate the heaven-swallowing demonic art, will I not devour the invading saints and saintesses after killing them? Will I crush them instead? Will I tolerate some of you living until now? Yi Fan asked in succession, staring at the younger generation. Then he stood up and pressed forward with great force. You want to kill me? If one of you can't do it, you can all come at me together. Why do you have to use such a despicable trick? I still have 7 chances to attack you with all my strength. Looking at everything, I believe that Yi Fan can't have obtained the inheritance of Fierce Man. There's no reason to suspect him, the matriarch of the West said. There's one thing I don't understand. May I ask the sacred lord of the Jiang clan, which immortal divine herb did Yi Fan use to save the supreme divine king? Someone asked secretly. The sacred lord of the Jiang clan was in a dilemma. Perhaps everyone doesn't know, but it's a dragon fruit born from the immortal true dragon herb. The person in the dark said loudly. What? Everyone was in an uproar. If it was before, it wouldn't have mattered even if they knew it was the immortal true dragon herb. All the great thearchs had died many years ago, and their divine herbs had already returned to the great wilderness. However, Yi Fan had entered the place where Fierce Man cultivated in seclusion, and brought out the source root of all life qi. Everyone couldn't help but wonder. Did he really obtain the inheritance of Fierce Man? Many lords stood up, all of them revealing their killing intent. Everyone in the great hall locked onto Yi Fan. The sky palace was cold like an ice house. Bone-chilling killing intent filled the air. Someone wanted to take the opportunity to kill Yi Fan. The situation was extremely dangerous, and it could happen at any moment. You're going too far. The monkey was infuriated. He stood up immediately, and a battle spear that was about to rot appeared in his hand. However, a peerless killing intent rushed out. This was a peerless murderous weapon that had killed an ancient king. It came from the same source as the divine origin, and it was pierced into the body of the young lady. It could be said to be peerlessly ferocious. The monkey took out his murderous weapon. Such a commotion forced those who were about to attack to stop. However, they laughed coldly. Yi Fan was shocked. Was he really going to sweep through the peaches of Immortality Feast and wreak havoc in the Sky Palace? How dare you? This is a restricted area of the Jade Lake. You dare to commit murder here? A supreme elder from the 10,000 beginnings shouted. They hated the monkey to the core. Previously, they had been suppressed and berated by the monkey in front of everyone by the lake. They had been suppressing their resentment. You don't know the difference between life and death. You dare to protect the inheritor of Fierce Man? If you attack here, you won't be able to escape. The supreme elder from the Purple Mansion Holy Land was also resentful. At this moment he spoke coldly. The blade is already at our necks, and you still blame me for committing murder? Today I'll beat all of you to death. The monkey didn't care about the consequences, and was about to attack. He definitely wasn't someone who would take things lying down. Take them down! Someone shouted, and a lord stepped forward. The monkey sneered and took large steps forward. The peerless murderous weapon in his hand seemed to be rotting, but the murderous intent it emitted made many lords tremble in fear. Yi Fan used his golden blood energy to protect his body, resisting the might of the murderous weapon. He arrived at the monkey's side and grabbed him, not letting him attack. Everything I said is true. I didn't obtain the heaven-devouring ancient scripture. Then how do you explain the true dragon immortal medicine? Many people shouted and pressed forward. The true dragon immortal medicine is in the northern region. I plucked a dragon fruit from it. Is there anything suspicious about it? Yi Fan said calmly. What? The true dragon immortal medicine is in the northern region? You can get close and pluck it? Impossible. Where is it? Everyone couldn't sit still. The true dragon immortal medicine was personally planted by Fierce Man. It was one of the best immortal treasures. Even a cultivator from the 4 extreme secret realms could pluck it in the northern region. Who wouldn't be tempted? The true dragon immortal medicine is a supreme divine object of this world, and there are only a few of them. This is equivalent to an immortal treasury, so how could I casually reveal its location? Yi Fan said coldly. If you want to prove your innocence, you can only bring us to see it. Otherwise, this matter concerns Fierce Man's inheritance, and no one can save you. A lord said. We won't seize your true dragon immortal medicine. Only by bringing us to see it can you prove your innocence. Another few people said. their voices a bit urgent. Yi He is going to be ruthless. Isn't he going to make a big fuss this time? Could it be that he wants to kill a group of grand elders and holy lords? Outside the main hall, Li Heishui mumbled secretly. He shuddered. He really dares to make a move. Is he going to use the nest of 10,000 dragons? The large black dog was bewildered, and a chill ran down his spine. Yi Fan stood in the main hall, extremely calm and composed. He slowly paced around, shook his head and said, "Who can believe this kind of guarantee? Once the true dragon immortal medicine appears, blood will definitely flow like a river, and countless people will fight over it. Do you have any other chance? If you don't reveal the true dragon immortal medicine to prove yourself, you will immediately be executed in the main hall," someone said coldly, killing intent like a knife cutting through bone. Another person secretly added fuel to the fire, saying, "What a joke. He clearly obtained the true dragon immortal medicine from the Bronze Celestial Palace, yet he actually pushed it to the North region. He is definitely Fierce Man's inheritor, so there is no need to find any more evidence to execute him." Everyone was pressuring him. The true dragon immortal medicine was too important, and many people wanted to see it. They all had their own plans. There were even some people who harbored killing intent. Right now, they only lacked an excuse. For example, Wan Chu and the Grand Elders of the Purple Palace wanted revenge at all times. Everything is actually very simple. You only need to bring us to see the true dragon immortal medicine with our own eyes, and you will naturally be able to prove your innocence, a lord said in a deep voice. The eyes of many extraordinary people flickered. The true dragon immortal medicine was too attractive, and no one could remain calm. At that time, the true dragon immortal medicine will most likely change owners. Yi Fan shook his head. Little Yi has already made up his mind to make a move. Li Heishui was speechless, and his heart was beating rapidly. After being together for so long, he understood the other two well. This brat wants to trap and kill a great elite. He clearly wants to use the exceptional nest of 10,000 dragons. Even the large black dog felt his heart palpitate. Chapter 527. Yi Fan refused to say where the immortal godly medicine was. His words were very fierce and resolute, as if he didn't believe some people in the palace at all. Someone in the palace sneered and pressed even harder. Killing intent was like a sharp blade, piercing to the bone. The situation was extremely dangerous, and it could be triggered at any moment. At this moment, the monkey had already held the peerless murderous weapon in his hand, and was about to wreak havoc in the palace. The murderous weapon that was about to rot was overflowing with vicious might. Many people locked onto Yi Fan. If a battle broke out, they would definitely pounce over and snatch the chi of all things cauldron. This was an excellent opportunity. Even if he was related to the current saint, if he was judged to be the inheritor of Ruthless, he would not be able to escape death. The Holy Lands would not allow him to live in this world. At this moment, everything was already in place, and they only needed to make their move. Everyone, there is no need to be like this. I believe that Yi Fan has nothing to do with Ruthless. He only obtained the black-yellow essence by chance. The Queen Mother of the West spoke up to defend him. Immediately, an overlord retorted, insisting that Yi Fan must have obtained Ruthless inheritance. Otherwise, there could not be such a coincidence. He entered the Copper Palace safely, obtained the chi of all things and the immortal true dragon medicine. All signs indicate that he obtained the heaven-devouring demon scripture. The words Ruthless shook the world, and the ancient scripture he left behind was very important. Many people sneered and kept pressuring Yi Fan to give a clear explanation. Yi Fan refused to reveal the whereabouts of the true dragon medicine no matter what. His tight-lipped words made many people's eyes flash with cold light, and the atmosphere became even more tense. If you want to snatch the immortal godly medicine, you have to get through me first. The monkey raised the murderous weapon, golden light bursting from his eyes. Looks like everything he said was just an excuse. The heaven-devouring great emperor's godly medicine can't be in the North region. Killing him, the inheritor, is definitely not wrong. Many people pressed forward, and were about to make their move. They all revealed cruel sneers, and their killing intent was like a blade cutting through the spring wind, causing the temperature in the palace to plummet. Little Yi is too calm. Outside the palace, Li Heishui thought, and started laughing coldly. Don't go overboard. If some people really make a move, we'll be in deep trouble. The large black dog was slightly worried. They knew that Yi Fan was accumulating power and putting on a real show. Otherwise, how could he have attracted the big fish? These old things were as shrewd as ghosts. Wan Chu and a few of the grand elders of the Zifu sect were about to attack when a sacred master finally spoke up to mediate. However, he also requested to see the true dragon medicine. Monkey almost flipped the roof. He swung his battle spear like a huge club. The battle was about to begin. Only now did Yi Fan relent. He had no choice but to compromise, agreeing to bring them to see the undying godly medicine. However, he had many requests. That's more like it. Only then can we confirm whether what you said is true or not. Otherwise, haha. One of 10,000 beginnings grand elders mocked. He knew clearly that no matter what, the undying divine medicine was going to change owners, no longer belonging to Yi Fan. Once they found out where it grew, everyone would definitely fight over it. Young man, you still have a long way to go. There are many things you need to learn. A grand elder of the Zifu sect walked over and patted his shoulder. That's true. I'm just a little brat who doesn't know anything. In the future, I will naturally learn more from the seniors. Yi Fan lowered his stance. Get lost. The monkey roared angrily. He was about to brandish his weapon. He really couldn't stand these grand elders. Yi Fan held him back, not allowing him to make a move. If they fell out now, he would definitely suffer a great loss, and all of his efforts would be wasted. At the side, many lords revealed killing intent, but it wasn't appropriate for them to make a move. They already knew that this was a battle Saint Ape, and they were afraid of provoking other archaic royal clans. I want to make things clear first. That place is not a good place. If you want to go, you'll have to bear the consequences of your own life. Yi Fan could be said to be dawdling, and could even be said to be chattering endlessly. Some of the big shots wanted to give him a few slaps. When the crowd saw that he was unwilling to reveal the place, they had long since become impatient. They believed even more that there was indeed the true dragon medicine, and all of them wanted to hurry over as soon as possible. In the eyes of many, even a cultivator of the four extreme mystery realm could pluck it, so as the overlords of a region, how could they be inferior to him? People are really strange. The more I try to stop them, the more tempted they are, and the more convinced they are that there is no danger. Li Heishui was almost speechless. Sigh, many things have to be done in reverse. The large black dog also mumbled. Everyone, don't be too impatient. Right now, the Jade Pool meeting is still ongoing. No matter what, you should go after the meeting, right? Yi Fan was still dawdling. Humph, I'm afraid you'll flee even before the Jade Pool meeting ends. Someone said coldly. You're all thinking too much. I just feel that it's not too good to go now. After all, the Jade Pool meeting is still ongoing. Yi Fan explained very seriously. There are formation pattern grandmasters here. As long as we're in the North region, opening the region gate will only take us the blink of an eye. It won't take us too long at all. The heavenly peach meat this time is to see the wondrous stones, so if we can also see the immortal godly herb now, wouldn't that be even better? It will definitely be a successful meet. Everyone spoke up one after another. At the end of the day, they had to see the immortal godly herb immediately. But I still feel that. Yi Fan rambled on, and found all kinds of excuses, still unwilling to move. Why do you have so many excuses? Many people couldn't stand him anymore. They had never seen such a dawdling person before, and they wanted nothing more than to stuff his mouth. Brat, you're courting death. Finally, someone couldn't hold back anymore, and thought that he was trying to stop them. He didn't want to bring them along at all. Boom! A large hand slapped forward, exuding an earthy yellow light. It was trying to slap Yi Fan to death. Pung! The monkey moved, and his golden fist smashed out like a large hammer, colliding with that large hand. Pooh! That person spat out a large mouthful of blood, and there were many cracks on his body. That large hand immediately turned into a meat paste, and it didn't have any shape at all. His flesh flew out over 100 jong, and he smashed into a wall. Everyone's expressions changed. A half-step expert was almost directly slapped to death by the monkey. There wasn't anyone who wasn't shocked at how terrifying the battle-sacred ape race was. If you dare be disrespectful again, I'll destroy your body and spirit. The monkey waved the large stick in his hand. Isn't this a bit too impudent? So what if the ancient race is about to appear? Could it be that we will allow a monkey to act so arrogantly? He dares to take action in the Jade Pool Heavenly Palace? Let's join forces and kill him. Someone transmitted sound in the dark, and their words were filled with killing intent. They pressed forward step by step, wanting to incite everyone to wipe out the monkey and the others. Yi Fan felt that it was about time. He couldn't continue like this, or else it really would be as bad as going too far. He walked up, revealing an unwilling expression, and agreed to immediately move out. Of course, he reiterated once again that the road ahead was dangerous, and he had to take care of his own life and death. You don't need to worry. Many people were already fed up with him. If it wasn't for the monkey beside him, they would have definitely sealed his mouth first. It's better if you take care of yourself first. If this has anything to do with a vicious person, even the saints of the present era won't be able to save you. You'll be destroyed in body and spirit. Someone revealed killing intent. Yi Fan laughed coldly in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. He only responded with helplessness. An undying divine medicine was about to appear, and it was personally planted by a vicious person more than 200,000 years ago. It was comparable to a treasure left behind by a deity. Many cultivators were nervous. When the realm gate opened, a group of people entered in a single file. None of them wanted to fall behind. Yi Fan was astonished. There were indeed many eccentric hermits in this world. They didn't move after hearing about the undying divine medicine. They sat in the heavenly palace and didn't come out at all. However, the majority of people were moved, and they all crossed the void together. If you deceive so many heroes, you should know what the consequences will be. Someone secretly transmitted a warning. Light flashed, and a snow-white expanse appeared in front of them. Cold air rushed over. This was a vast ice field. It was very high above sea level, and it was covered in ice and snow all year round. It was a vast expanse of whiteness. This place is... Everyone was shocked. Many people recognized this place. The people of the Jiang clan had strange expressions. They were the most abnormal because this place was related to them. 70 to 80,000 years ago, this place was a boundless ice mountain that reached the clouds. It was majestic and unending. However, there was a great upheaval at that time, and almost all the Holy Lands participated in the war. A peerless divine king of the Jiang clan wielded an extreme sacred weapon and swept this place to the ground. That battle was world-shaking, and an ancient holy land on this ice field was erased. Everything was turned into ashes by the eternal universe sacred furnace. It was also that battle that raised people's fear of the great emperor's sacred weapon to a whole new level. It was enough to destroy a powerful holy land. The ancient holy land, the ruins of the underworld palace. Why is the undying divine medicine here? Everyone was puzzled. They all looked at Yi Fan, waiting for him to give a reasonable explanation. Thousands of kilometers into the ice field, a snowy mountain came into view. It had a circumference of over 50 kilometers. This was the only mountain range that remained, and on it was the location of the super sect, the Palace of Snow. Brother Ape, how is the relationship between your ancient royal families? Yi Fan asked secretly. It's all right, the monkey answered. Yi Fan relaxed a lot and said, in a while, we might alarm the ancient kings. If we can't escape, you'll have to spend some effort. He communicated secretly with the monkey, and they talked about all aspects along the way. Of course, this was not safe at all. Disturbing the ancient royal family's slumber would definitely be a great disaster. The ancient creatures might not even recognize their own kin in anger. However, this time, Yi Fan was confident. This was because the Black Empress had grasped a corner of the Spatial Emperor's formation pattern, which was specially used to open the region gate. Black Empress. On the way, he also constantly communicated with the large black dog, making preparations to cross over. They did not enter the Palace of Snow, but directly went around to the back of the mountain, heading toward the peaceful land of the Dragon Vein. Everyone, this place is very dangerous. There is no need for us to take the risk. Yi Fan said. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and lead the way. A grand elder of Wan Chu was almost about to tear off his disguise. Gradually approaching the immortal divine medicine made it difficult for him to calm down. At this moment, the various rulers were also very restless. All of them wanted to seize that legendary celestial treasure. Old B** starred, if you die down there, it has nothing to do with me. Yi Fan said coldly. You. That grand elder did not think that Yi Fan would dare to talk back to him. Yi Fan repeatedly emphasized that this place was dangerous, and that if anything happened, it had nothing to do with him. The more it was like this, the more everyone wanted to advance, believing that there really was an immortal divine medicine. It's here. Yi Fan led everyone into the great snowy mountain, and arrived at a place where a group of snow apes roamed. Then he cut open the ice and snow, and found the path into the underground palace. Dragon Chi. Everyone cried out in surprise. In the underground palace, streak after streak of dragon Chi rushed out, indescribably noble. The auspicious Chi was like a rainbow, and took the shape of a dragon. As expected of a peerless treasure ground, it is most suitable for the growth of a true dragon divine medicine. Many people revealed excited expressions. At this point, almost everyone believed that great monarch vicious immortal divine medicine would definitely be planted here. Everyone, you should believe me now, right? Yi Fan seemed to be very unwilling as he said. Young man, you should be more sensible. One of the supreme elders of the Purple Mansion patted his shoulder with a mocking expression. True dragon divine medicine, hee hee. A few grand elders of Wan Chu walked over before the other sacred lords, and they glanced at Yi Fan indifferently with mocking expressions. Young man, well done. One of them also came forward, and he laughed heartily as he patted his shoulder.